Good morning, Gupta sir. I will start the class exactly at 10 o'clock. I request everybody to mute your audio as well as your video for seamless presentation. Please mute your audio. I request everybody to mute your audio. Irusappan Rangasamy. Irusappan Rangasamy, can you hear me? Please mute your audio. Please mute your audio. Your mic is on actually. Please mute your audio. It will be disturbance for other people. They cannot hear my presentation then. At least admin can mute them. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, we'll slowly start today's class. Please mute your audio. Do you want to say something? Please mute your audio. Turn off your audio. You did it some time ago. You did it. Do that. If you want to say something, you can say, or else you can mute your audio. It will be disturbance for others. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I request the admin people to mute Mr. Risappan. Well, it will be a botheration for others. For me, it's not a problem, but I believe others would find it difficult, especially people hearing via headphones. They may not hear my voice properly. Risappan, please mute your audio.
I don't know how to meet your audience.
You leave, like, there's one icon, right? Mic icon. Just click it, it will go off. You did it some time ago. There's a mic icon actually. If you're using your phone, that'll be there in the front itself. You did some time ago actually. It's because people who are hearing via headphones, they may not hear my voice properly. And unfortunately, our microphone picks up the ambient noise much clearer. You could only hear somebody whistling. Yes, Shanpriya, you are saying something. There's an icon, mic icon. You can just click it. It will go mute. Click on the mic icon. You did some time ago.
Where is left, ma'am?
On your screen itself, it will be there. Yeah, you have on your video now. Now, similarly, there will be icon. Can you hear me? Actually, my microphone is louder. I have kept full volume. There's an icon actually there on your screen. Just click it. Like you are turning your cameras. Similarly, there will be camera disable button, that is off button, and microphone off button. Now you have off your camera, right? You can similarly off your mic. There will be a mic. Just click that mic. Do that immediately. Why I'm saying, because for others they may not be hearing properly. For me, it's not an issue. And remember, these classes are getting recorded also. Later on, they may send you these video links, and they may not hear my voice. You get my point? Or else you exit Google Meet and you rejoin. Best. I don't have the controls. Even I am being, or the admin people, you can better remove Irisapan and you can tell Irisapan can join again. All right, I hope I will continue because given the time limit, I don't want to waste time on this. Please try Irisapan. It is creating a big nuisance actually for everybody.
No,
Like
I'm
switch off
not.
the mic.
Where is ma'am? How to switch off my
It is there
mic
on the
now?
screen. Just on the screen, just the way you on your camera, right? There'll be icons. There'll be a mic icon. Click that. Yes, finally you did it. Yes, that's what. Thank you. Thank you so much. Why? Because two things. Most of you are listening via microphone. That is your headphones. So when you are hearing via your headphones, what will happen is that the ambient sounds, the surrounding sounds pick up very smart actually, than the voice of the speaker or the presentation. Another thing, they are recording it, and later on when they put it, maybe my voice will not be heard. Get it? Get the point? That's why I'm little bit worried and bothered. So don't mistake me. I'm telling you to do this. It's for the betterment for of everybody. Even I should make sure that I don't have any ambient disturbances or whatsoever. All right. So uh, Ashraf, you can stop presenting unless or until you're going to take something or tell something. You can do it. Uh, well, thank you. I know with technology we cannot completely do justice, but still this is the best possible way we are doing it. So a very good learning session for you. And today we have, as usual, first in the beginning American literature and followed by other classes. So last class we were seeing drama, and I will actually quickly like give you the recap of the last play which we are about to discuss. And today's class, Ashraf, you can turn off your video. I hope you are learning. I believe you can turn it off so that it will be better for others. Thank you, Ashraf. All right. So coming on to the point here. Thank you so much, Ashraf. So my class today, like today, we are going to go fiction. Before that, let me quickly tell you about the plan which I'm going to have for the next three more classes. I believe I'll be having maybe today, tomorrow, and the next week. So, this is the plan I have thought of. So, today's class, I will finish quickly the play which we left out, A Raisin in the Sun. Then, followed by that, I will give you a very quick overview of American fiction as such, and as many as four novels. I won't say I will discuss, I can tell you some points to focus for your examination. All right. And yeah, that is the plan I have for today. And the following class, that is the next class, that is tomorrow's class, I will maybe quickly go through the other novels, the remaining novels. And the last class, what I intend to do is that I will tell you general ideas, like how as such you are going to prepare for your examinations, or if you have any doubts or anything, you can get it ready, especially in American literature, and we can sort it out. And I can also tell you something how you can prepare for your not only your semester, that is your end semester examination, that is your final examinations. I hope you are not there, you are not writing in semester pattern, but still, that's the parlance we say, right? So maybe I can give you some tips for that, how to prepare for your examinations, etc. And very importantly, I can also tell something about how you can as such prepare for net examination, because subject of post graduation becomes net eligibility, right? So for those of you who are aspiring to crack net, how you can really do that, that those are the points I have in mind. All right, so let us start today's class. And I told you the dramas which are given for you are all representative plays, some of the iconic plays in American literature as such. These plays, without these plays, American literature is nothing. Okay, especially American drama is nothing. And especially this particular play, in the very first, I mean, in the introduction class for drama, I happen to say you a point that drama in America came of age in the 20th century, especially, with the notion of Broadway. And Broadway is a very famous area in New York City where they have these theater houses. And staging a play in Broadway theaters is a prestigious thing for any playwright, for any American. And here is a play written by an African American woman. Okay, and she was the first African American woman to showcase her play in Broadway. This is something you should remember. So African Americans for a long time being slaves, they emancipated from their slavery, and a woman who transcended her racial, sexual lines to come out to write a play showcasing the real status of the African Americans, especially in post World War America. What was their real situation? And this play was a testimony to the resilient spirit of the African Americans. I should put it that way. So, whenever you're reading about Raisin in the Sun, you should remember the women in the Raisin in the Sun. We have three generations of women: the grandmother, that is Lena, then we have the daughter in law, Ruth, then the daughter, Benita. So, these are the three women who actually represent the different phases of African American woman. Okay, when you read this play critically, meaning in depth, there are different shades, layers of meaning which unfolds when you read this particular play. Okay, and this play also gives a portrait of an African American family in the post World War scenario in America. And the patriarch of this family is Walter, but unfortunately this family actually does not look up to the patriarch because of his wayward behavior, because of his, you know attitude towards becoming rich. That is again the American dream. He actually has this, you know they get an insurance money, mama learner, that is, the story takes place in the learner's family. Again, whatever I'm telling, if you I can give you some points here and there. I cannot really do justice in this 1 hour. It is humanly impossible, but still I am giving you some insights, some points to think over, some points to understand. Let me put it that way. All right. So it talks about the Younger family, which comprises of the matriarch Lerna Younger, then her son Walter, then her daughter Benita, Walter's wife Ruth, then their son Travis. Okay. So it takes place in Chicago. That is a very important point here, in south side of Chicago. The location is very important. These are all some of the hidden details which will create the tension in the play. Let me put it that way. So what is the when we say drama, what is the rising action here? Actually, the rising action here is, like, the family gets $10,000 check, life insurance check of Walter's departed father. And what are they going to do with that money? Yes, Kanchana, you can mute yourself. Some glitching sound we hear. Yes, thank you, Kanchana. So the thing is that the family gets this insurance money, and how everyone, like each and every one of the family, they actually come up with an idea what really to do with the insurance money. All right, the mother wants to give a better housing for her children, whereas Benita aspires to become a doctor, and she wants that money. And Ruth wants to, like, Ruth, in the beginning of the play, they have a son, Travis, and she comes to know that she's pregnant now and she's carrying the second child of the younger family. And she wants to give her family a good environment to live in, and she wants to give them a better family, etc. Whereas Walter wants to invest this money in liquor business. Yes, Gayatri, anything you want? Various dreams and aspirations. Dreams and aspirations Travis, he wants say something. Let me just. Well, I have proper network here. That's what I presume. If I have some network issue, I would be indicated. Well, I kept my full volume, Saranya. Maybe you have to increase your volume from your side. I believe it's. Is my voice breaking? Well, I have full signal, but it shows full signal. Usha Narayan says my voice is breaking, and Saranya says my voice is not audible. Is that the case with everybody? Can somebody tell me? Hello, can you hear me?
Ma'am, for me, your voice is breaking, but I'm not sure if it's the network issue here.
Fine. All right,
It's
all right.
clear
We'll
here,
see
ma'am.
now. Just a second. For time being, I'll switch off the video. Okay, so that if any jolt is there, it might come properly. It shows full signal. Just in case of any fluctuations, I will connect via my this thing mobile network. All right, so these are all the various aspirations and dreams of the younger family. That is one important underlying theme of this play. Another thing you have to notice how a black family, okay, wants to break the stereotype. Remember, this was just before the momentum of civil rights movement. Civil rights movement reached its peak in the 60s, 1960s, and this was also even soon after the World War situation and the beginning of Cold War, which means there was still racial segregation running invisible in the American society. Not explicitly, but implicitly, it was there, it was prevailing. And especially one particular motive, that is, one particular underlying motive which runs throughout the play is the discrimination, how the whites perceive the blacks. That kind of discrimination is very well seen here. And here you could see a man by name uh, excuse me, like he comes there, and he comes and gives a kind of a threat he gives. Okay, he gives a kind of a threat to the younger family. And what is the threat he gives when they want to come to the new area in Chicago? Instead of living in their ghetto, they were living in ghetto. And instead of living in the ghetto, they plan to have a very decent housing. So when they think that, and suddenly what happens? There comes a man by name, okay, Carl Linder. Okay, Carl Linder, a man comes. I just typed this name here. Uh, he comes and he gives a kind of a warning to the younger, saying that no, you're not going to come and stay at our area, because it is an all white area, all white community, and you black people should not move there. Even if you have the money, if you have this thing. And remember, in uh, American society and culture, they have what are called as society housing societies, that is there prevailing. And that he comes and says that no, it is an all white neighborhood, and they don't want a black family moving in. That would be a kind of a stigma for the entire community. That's what he feels. which is actually a kind of a disturbing phenomenon you should understand here. That is something you should understand through Carl Linder, the how the white people perceive the black, that kind of image we get it. Another important character in this particular is Joseph Asagai. Okay, Joseph Asagai, who happens to be Benita's African boyfriend. Okay, Joseph Asagai. Uh, Asagai. Yes, I have typed the name in the chat box. So Joseph Asagai, he actually, okay, showcases, or he actually gives Benita how she should look back to her African heritage, how she should look back to her heritage and get connected with her roots in Africa. That particular strong message is posed by whom? Joseph Asagai to Benita. So these are all some two external characters, but who play catalytic force in the play. This is something you should understand. Apart from the major characters, the theme of discrimination, the theme of acclimatization, we said, that is uh, accustomed to the situation, especially going and settling in the white neighborhood and how they do it. And the plays actually the play's title also is a very important thing you should notice. A Raisin in the Sun. This particular title comes from a very famous poem, Harlem. Okay, Harlem by Langston Hughes, another famous African American poet. I believe you have that poem in your syllabus. I remember seeing it. Okay, Langston Hughes. So, based on that poem only, this title is kept. Okay, so that is something another from examination point of view. That is an important point you should ponder. The significance of the title, A Raisin in the Sun. All right, and this particular play is also available in YouTube as a movie. Okay, and you can watch it seriously. You can appreciate the actors who performed. I believe Sidney Poitier acted as Walter, and he gave a fabulous performance. Seriously, again, I'm telling you the plays which are given in your syllabus or your portions, they are all the representative plays of American literature. Without those plays, American drama is nothing. Okay, and they are the basic and they are the most important plays in American literature itself, I should put it. And of course, there were no inclusions about the latest trends in American drama, namely feminist drama or LGBTQ drama or eco drama. Other than that, all genres of drama has been touched upon in American drama. So that is about American drama. Now, very quickly, I'll give just a minute's pause. Then we will plunge into American fiction. And before starting American fiction, the syllabus, I will give you a very brief intro about American fiction as a salad bowl. You should remember this concept here, this metaphor here. American fiction as a salad bowl. Just ponder over whatever ideas come to your mind. You can type in the chat box. I will be just quickly seeing it. Salad bowl. What have you heard this term before? Not in food, unfortunately, but that food metaphor is actually taken here in literature to describe American fiction. So, what are your thoughts on it? Quickly, you can type in the chat box. Yes, just a minute's pause. You would be familiar with a term like melting pot also. Salad bowl and melting pot are synonymous. Then another one would be, this is another term, potpourri. Just remember these terminologies for you to understand American fiction better. All right. Okay, we will start now. Why American literature is referred to as salad bowl? Since American literature is very good, Nafisa has coming out with an answer. That's right, Nafisa. Serena is also like typing something. Very good. I'm happy there are some interactions in this class. I'm very happy some people are giving some answers. It's good. You are making an attempt, Nafisa and Serena. That's true. They say whenever we talk about America, America was not built in a day. These are all the popular saying it goes. And as Nafisa and Serena are typing here, it is very true. It is a country with diversified cultures, diversified people, ethnicities, all right, from different backgrounds, different languages. Okay, so you may wonder, ma'am, is it as diverse as our own nation? Well, in a way, to put it, as a nation, we are diversified. But within a nation, you find there different ethnic people, which means different people with different racial background. You find people from the first generations. We don't say we don't say Red Indians, we say Native Americans or First Nations. All right, we have Arab Americans. Okay, we have Asian Americans. We have Spanish Americans. So the hyphenated identity, okay, their mother culture and their alien culture, it gets blended, it gets mixed. So that kind of hyphenated identity exists within American society. And remember something, these hyphenated identities were not kept within themselves, but it was spread. Okay, it was spread. Just like in a salad, you add different elements. You had what is called as wet element as well as dry element. Dry element maybe seasonings, wet element maybe you add lime juice, a drop or two, or some oil, salad oil we say, right? We add it. So we add all these things and we make it as a kind of a mixture, and we make it gel seamlessly so that the taste spreads. When you eat a salad, you find some crunchy elements, some soggy elements, some tangy elements. All these kinds of bursting of flavors happens within your mouth, right? Similarly, when you read an American literature, especially American fiction, it is very much pronounced in American fiction than other genres, to put it as such. And this kind of intersectionalities, these are all some terms you should be remembering. These kinds of hybridity, okay, this hybrid identity and intersectionality, okay, and what is called as diversity exists predominantly in American literature. When we say intersectionality, there is intersection of race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, they intersect. When we say sexuality, it means even a gay person has an equal right as a straight person. These are all terms you should keep in your mind. All right. And it is something absolutely normal when it comes to learning American literature. And multilingual narratives, especially in American literature, if you notice, there are some works which have some Native American words, some Spanish words. For example, if you take the so called diasporic writers from India who have settled in America and writing, they use Sanskrit words. Masala, mistress of spices. Chitra Divakarni Banerjee, she has used very some Indian terms in her own writing, or maybe some other writer like Jhumpa Lahiri. They have all incorporated their own mother tongue, their own idiom into the mainstream literature. Let us put it that way. All right, then next what happens, the really regional diversity, and in America you have this regional impact very pronounced also. If you are near the Mexican borders, you will have that a tinge of that American English getting blended with Spanish language. All right, then some people using their own language, mother tongue, blending into American English. That is why they say American literature behaves or acts like a salad bowl, like a melting pot, like a pot puree. So these are all some of the terms which are used for, you know, equating or assessing American fiction. So this is a very brief, very briefest introduction I can give you. given this short amount of time. Coming on to your syllabus. Seriously, I should put it, dear learners, you have a cross section of American fiction prescribed for you. And I don't know how many of you have taken the task of reading the texts, which means the novels. Uh, I would say now we have internet, now we have digital platforms or alternate mediums for us to really read a particular topic. Given a time, there was no internet, there was no ready available notes. The only source of learning or understanding was reading these texts. And I don't know how many of you have read these texts. And in fact, all these texts, as a student of literature, I happen to do things in regular UG as well as PG. And almost, except one or two, almost all the novels I happen to read it and read it page by page, word by word. Well, the pleasures of reading a novel page by page and word by word is something very, very refreshing. You should experience it. As my professor says, you should experience the bliss of the written word, and you should smell the aroma of the written word. That is what he used to say. Okay, so these are all the book covers I am actually showcasing to you, so that to make the presentation a little bit lively and energetic. I hope you like it. Well, today's class we will see some of the novels, not all the novels, it is humanly impossible. And whenever you're reading a novel, what are you supposed to do? Number one, you should know the plot outline. Okay, summary is different from plot. Okay, plot means the key events of the story, the key events of the novel. Okay, let me put it in very simpler terms, no jargon, very simple language I'm telling you. Try to know the important events of the novel. Next, I will also type that in the chat box so that it's easy. Plot events, you should be knowing them. And followed by the plot events, you must be knowing the characters. Who are all the characters involved in the story? When I say characters, we have minor character, major character, right? So both the characters, like major characters, you should be having some little focus. Minor characters, how or what is their role in moving the narrative forward? That way, you should be remembered. Followed by that, you have what is called as the themes of the novel. Okay, every novel has some themes. Themes are nothing but universal ideas, notions, which are embedded within a novel, right? So what are the themes of the novel? That is something very important, because themes are the ones which make the story or the plot events move forward. They progress the story. That way, you should be remembering the themes and connect the themes with the characters present. That is something very important. You should correct the themes with the characters present. After that, very important thing, you must know the style or the technique of the novel and the novelist. Whenever we read a novel, style is very important when it comes to post graduation level. Maybe as an undergraduate, even if you didn't do literature also, during your post graduation times, you should be knowing the style of the author, the technique incorporated by the author. Why it is important? It's because they throw you an idea of that particular author's writing style, the age, the socio-political background. These three things are integrated within a style and technique. Well, we live in the era of social texting, social messages, social media, social texting. I'll tell you what, some people they forgot, okay, to write, instead of this spelling for great, nowadays they simply write great. And unfortunately, we find these kinds of GR8 or this hello, okay, short form of hello, or this TC, take care. These kinds of, what can we say, diminuted language or chopped up language or butchered language in answer papers. So, you see that the what we do in our day-to-day life, it's getting reflected in academia also, which is unfortunate. It is really unfortunate. And of course, I belong to this generation, but still I learned from the past masters, or I learned from the classical masters. So I belong, my vocation demands me to do not shortcuts, but my professional life does not demands, but my social life, I will also be writing TC or grade GR8, etc. So understand these things. So when a writer is writing a particular style, you should internalize that style. You like it or not, for the sake of examination, you should embrace it. Let me put it that way. Next, after the style technique, you must also be knowing what type of fiction it is. Okay, what type of fiction it is. For example, you might, previously we saw absurd drama. Okay, we saw historical play. So similarly, here you are going to see what genre of the novel it is. Okay, what type of fiction it is. All right, yes. These are all some of the very basic points you should be remembering when you study a novel for your examination. I hope these points will be useful for you. All right. In these, keeping these things in mind, you can very well understand and internalize and try to read it for your examination. I hope that was useful for you. All right. Yes. And every now and then, I told you in the previous class itself, you can give some emojis, thumbs up, or whatsoever. All right. So you see here, these are all the plays which, these are all the novels which you have for your in your syllabus. So you get a whole big variety of novels, right from the so-called American literary renaissance till the present time, maybe till 80s. You have representative works of every age, and each of the novel, they represent something very very intense. Okay, something very very more than intense, I can put it. They are all the masters, masterpieces. All these works are masterpieces. Let me put you, like, be it any novel of the writer you point out, they are all masterpieces, and they are important in their own way. Unfortunately, that is what you should remember here. And since you are not writing as two papers, as single paper, it may sound little heavy also for you, but reading is pleasurable. Okay, yes. So first we will start with Scarlet Letter. Whenever we say Scarlet Letter, you should remember always, whenever you're reading a novel, remember the time the novel is written. The timeline of the novel is something very important, because the timeline of the novel gives so many hidden things about the content of the novel. Okay, and the author's biography also you should be trying to know in the sense, okay, from what background the author has emerged. No author comes from an island, and an author would be engulfed by what was happening around him or her in the society. Okay, fine. So the Scarlet Letter is a kind of a morality novel. Can we put it like that? It's a morality novel. It's a historical fiction written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. All right, and this is a point I happen to quote the website also from where I happen to take it. As practitioners of literature, we should also be just. We should not simply copy paste something and without giving credit. If you do that, it becomes a plagiarism. So I am just for the sake of class, very quickly I saw this. This was giving some idea. The very novel, okay, Scarlet Letter, talks about one Hester Payne. Okay, Hester Prynne. So she carries a letter, okay, a letter on her neck. The letter is A. Okay, the letter is A. This is the Scarlet Letter she carries on her neck. Can anybody tell me what that A stands for? I know I should not ask questions, but still, has anybody go happen to go through the material? Any idea what does that A stands for? Scarlet Letter. Scarlet means it is blood red, we say. So the very title Scarlet Letter itself, it's not a written letter, but it's a letter A which she carries on her neck. Well, the letter A means adultery. She would have committed adultery, and the village elders tell her to wear that particular alphabet on her neck as a reminder of her sinful act. Let me put it like that. So remember, in America during the Civil War time or before the Civil War time, people were God fearing. They were seeing themselves to be purified or very legit people, okay, God fearing people. And they were also, uh, every now and then, they were burning witches, they were burning women, okay. So that kind of ostracizing act were taking place in America frequently. And here is a novel which actually says about a very, very, it's just a gruesome event. Actually, this story, Hawthorne says that it really happened. Okay, and if you look at the life of Hawthorne, he himself is a strict disciplinarian. Okay, a man who was bound by principles and norms. Okay, good young man Brown. Okay, that is one story. Also, you can also read it to understand what kind of writer was Nathaniel Hawthorne. So we have, what are the main themes which run throughout the play? Shame and judgment. Then how people react in public and private. Okay. Next, scientific and religious beliefs. These are all some of the important novels. I mean, important themes which run around the novel, Scarlet Letter. And mainly, you should be knowing the characters of these four persons: Hester Payne, then Arthur Dimmesdale, then Roger Chillingworth, and Pearl. So, this is something very important. Yes. So, coming on to the next story, a novel, another very, very significant novel of American literature, a novel which redefined American literature, I should put it. All right. And remember, all these novels are also available as movies. You can very well watch them as movies also. These movies are all adapted based on the novel, not exact same to same they have did it, but they are all adaptations basically. So we have next is Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. So another very important play in its own way, because the play is still revered to be a classic for certain qualities it possessed. It talks about a white boy, and a young adult boy, maybe in his early teens, Huckleberry Finn, who is friend of Tom Sawyer, and the novel is basically seen as a Bildungsroman. Basically, why? Because Huck, he wants to run away from his family. When he runs away, along with him, he makes a slave by name Jim to escape along with him. All right. So remember, this happened before the Civil War time. Okay, the story's timeline is just before the Civil War time, and making a slave escape from his slavery. Remember that too by a little boy, a boy who's not even grown as a man, was something seen to be, a kind of a shocking thing for the American society. And often this particular story gives some life lessons. We say, no, suddenly I get a revelation, suddenly I got a revelation, we just say, right? Out of nowhere I got some wisdom. That kind of wisdom and revelation happens when you read this particular novel. And there are some beautiful episodes in this novel wherein a child acting so maturely, so it transcends its age and thought process. That particular thing you can find out here. And another thing is the beautiful mighty Mississippi is very, 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 very brilliantly described by Mark Twain. Okay, how the Mississippi River is so wild, untamed, very, very brutal and unpredictable. That kind of harsh nature of Mississippi you can see here. All right. So that is something, another thing you should be seeing. And when you read this, if you are a person who is there in your 40s or 50s or 60s, you would have a small, the child within you will come out and see, oh my God, I didn't do these things in my childhood. So that kind of introspection happens. It happened to me, of course. I read this not during my college days or PG days. When I started teaching some time ago, some 10 years ago, that was the first time I happened to read this novel. And I was not that old when I read it, but still the child within me, had a kind of a peekaboo moment with me. Oh, I didn't do this as a child. So the child within you will be unraveling. For that reason, you should be reading this novel, I tell you. All right, so you should be remembering these things. Jim, the slave, his character, and how Huck helps, that is Huckleberry Finn helps Jim to escape. Okay, that is Jim's escapade from his master. Next would be the Mississippi River, that is something very important you should remember here. Then the character of Huck actually at a one point in the novel, he fakes his own death. Okay, he just shows that he's dead. He makes the town believe that he's dead, and out of nowhere he emerges, which actually surprises the townsfolk, right? That is something very interesting and intriguing part. Of course, I told you the suspense of it, but still, that is something very interesting part in this particular novel. This is something you should be remembering. So, next, often you could see here the tone mocking, especially Mark Twain attacks the adult world. Okay, the sham behavior of the adult world, how the adult world is full of pretenses, full of cheat behavior. Okay, so I wish when you read this, you peak a child within you coming out, right? That is something very important here. So next story, quickly I want to say, is about Henry James's Portrait of a Lady. Henry James's belong to a whole new era. Maybe after Henry James, we saw the birth of what is called as modernist fiction. Maybe he was seen as the pioneer of modernist fiction. Before James Joyce, before Virginia Woolf, we had Henry James. Let me put it like that. Okay, and this particular novel is a classic example of psychological realism. It talks about one Isabel Archer, a character by name Isabel Archer, who is very complex. Okay, at the same time, she's a compelling character also. How a young woman, remember, this was the Victorian age coming to an end and the modern age starting. Whenever we read about the Victorian age, they had some unwritten laws and rules for a woman. A woman should be like this. A woman should behave this way, that way. These were the unwritten codes for a woman. And how Isabel Archer tried to defy those norms, she started having or leading her road to self discovery. And what did she really do? How did she really do? That's something very important. You should, for that reason, this particular novel is something, a kind of a trendsetter, can we put it that way? And another interesting thing for examination you should be focusing is the style of Henry James. Very intense. The book looks this thin only. I should have shown you that novel. Just this thin only. But the words are so dense, so lucid and so dense, intense. You find very descriptive passages. Okay, very descriptive passages about several things, about the scenery, about Isabel Archer's costumes, about the parties, etc. And the very cover I showed you, no, in the beginning of the novel, the cover page of the novel is something very interesting. I'll just show you quickly. Look at the cover page. So you find passages within the novel very intense, describing those things. And you find the story takes place in different places like England, Italy. Okay, it's about an American woman coming of age. So she she undergoes so many moral, ethical dilemmas, and how she comes out of it. Okay, and she decides something, she proceeds with it, and she faces consequences, and how she comes back from it. All right, so those are all the important themes and underlying structures of this particular novel. Again, this novel is something very important when you talk about how the Victorian women transcended from their moral codes towards a modernity. That is something you should see here. The maybe with this play I will stop here. With this novel I will stop for today's class. Uh, that is Light in August. Next few novels we'll see in tomorrow's class. Okay. So Light in August is the last novel which we are going to discuss today. Light in August is a novel by American author William Faulkner. And whenever you hear the name Faulkner, you should remember he is undoubtedly the American Southern master. So, what is this Southern writers? Well, in American literature, whenever we say Southern, actually, Mark Twain is also a Southern writer. Whenever you read the Southern writers or novelists or writers as such to put it, they create a kind of an eerie atmosphere, meaning discomforting, scary, somewhat macabre-ish atmosphere. Okay, when you read the stories, you find, well, not so comfortable. You don't find the novel has light in August, but it has some dark elements. Okay, dark themes, disturbing setting, characters who have a haunting impression on you. So that kind of dark underpinnings happen within you. And this is something very important when you read Faulkner, you should remember. So when you say Faulkner, he is conflicted or he is given these labels. American Southern writer who writes about race, identity, religion, and the legacy of the American South. One problem with American South literature is that they a recurring motive which runs always in American Southern literature is that they think about the good old times, the times of slavery, how they had big farms, plantations, slaves working in those plantations, and how they were really enjoying their lives. You see, that particular fact or that particular underlying motive is something very, very prevalent in American Southern writing. The drama, if you read Tennessee Williams' Glass Menagerie, you will be knowing a character by name Amanda. She dwells in the past. We say that Civil War time as antebellum days. They think about the antebellum days, okay, and they feel happy. In we say no in local parlance, you think about the past, and maybe in the past a family would have lived very very happily, very comfortably, but now they've lost all their wealth and fame. In maybe in regional language parlance, they say வாழ்ந்து கெட்ட குடும்பம், right? So that kind of notion is there in a very strong manner you can find in American Southern writings. Okay, and this story is a stream of consciousness novel, which means several characters they talk internally. Okay, you have multiple narrators, and sometimes we get confused whether the actions are credible or sometimes it may get merged, converged. Sometimes they dissuade each other, meaning it doesn't converge, it diverges. And the main character in this novel is Joe Christmas. His racial identity is uncertain, and his internal struggles with race, religion, and personal identity are the core of the narrative. How the character's conflict is reflected in the largeness of the novel. That is something very important you should see. So, this man, Christmas, has a troubled past, and often he experiences a sense of alienation, meaning he is not connected with the situation around him. That is something you should remember here, right? And I told the Gothic atmosphere, Southern Gothic atmosphere, that eeriness, okay, and it is something very important from examination point of view. Also, is very important. It creates a brooding atmosphere, Gothic imagery, and a portrayal of South with its complexity, darkness, and historical legacies. Why in Southern literature alone we find this particular phenomenon? Because they had a very wonderful life, and now that life is no longer there. It is finished, but still they live on the past glory. They bask on the past glory. This is a famous expression, you can use it. Bask on the past glory. I'm typing in the chat box. These people in the south, they bask on the past glory. All right. Another two characters would be is Lena Grove and Reverend Gail Hightower. All right. So these two characters are also very important in the play in the novel Light in August. You can find also how each character is taunted, is having some prejudices on their own society and as individuals. That is also something very important theme which runs here. Actually, it's a motive which runs in this play. That is, characters grapple with societal expectations, moral judgments, and consequences of deviating from established norms. There's another one story of Faulkner, okay, Sound and Fury, where a character commits a, a, a problem, okay, commits a sin, Quentin, okay, and how she's unable to recover from it, recoup from it. Similarly, here you have Lena Grove, okay. So the theme of guilt and redemption is something a recurring theme in this novel, especially how the character they themselves try to mitigate either successfully or they are they cannot come out of their guilt. Okay, they repent for it. That is something very seen. And the another important thing, okay, very important thing is the title. That is something just like a raisin in the sun, light in August also. It has a religious underpinning. Okay, it has a religious meaning here, which means there is some little bit hope of uh, possibility, some spiritual illumination might happen. So that is actually that is spilled by Faulkner here and there in the novel. Only when you read the novel you'll understand that. All right. And to conclude is the Faulkner's narrative style, which is actually stream of consciousness technique and multiple perspectives and intricate storytelling. It is like maybe recently a film came, right? Vikram Veda in Tamil as well as in Hindi. Similarly, okay, which is right, which is wrong? That kind of dilemma happens. Of course, there are only two narratives, but there are stories which have more than two narratives, which will make the audience or the reader understand the nuances of it and appreciate the art of storytelling as such. And the story is told in a non-linear pattern. That is another thing you should understand. And the characters undergo some complex actions and reactions, and the societal pressures what they face. All these things are discussed in this particular novel. So time is going to be 11. So quickly I will tell you, today we happen to see some novels which were there in your syllabus. In tomorrow's class, we will be seeing the other novels which are there in your syllabus. So tomorrow we will be seeing the African American novels, namely Beloved, Color Purple, Invisible Man, and in addition to that, we will also be seeing Grapes of Wrath and Ernest Hemingway's Farewell to Harms. So these are the five novels we will be seeing tomorrow. All right, and in case this PPT will be given to you either tomorrow or on the last class, I will share it to you. You can download it. Yes, actually, I will tell you. Yes, these are all parts of your. All right. So, light in August, whatever syllabus I'll tell you, whatever is given in the syllabus page only, I'm discussing it with you. All right. Yes, that is there. And as you're all, distance education students, students are students for me. Okay, irrespective of age, maybe gender, whatsoever. So, one humble advice I would always say, whenever you're reading a novel, read the novel. I know it takes time, lots of time. Nowadays, you have audiobooks. Play the audiobook in the background. Keep the novel. Just see it. You can appreciate really the efforts of the masters. No matter how you read only the notes, It's not just reading the notes, writing the examination, getting the degree. No, that's not the point here. You should enjoy their world. Okay, and notes as such, these are all some, something I found from the internet or some things I type. Mostly if you read your study material, that is more than enough. That is really good, in fact. But anyway, I will share it either tomorrow or on the last day. Okay, I believe I can leave now. Soon the next teacher will join, and wonderful. Well, last class I happened to say about dramas, and how maybe they will send you the recorded videos. They might post it soon. I'm not sure what DD is planning. All right, so we'll see you in the next class, and happy learning. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. See, students, you don't open the camera. You don't on the camera even for a minute during the classes. Then how will I know whether you are all here? Hmm? Okay, so just a minute. Yeah, so in the last class, we already completed the first unit, and the second unit towards the end. Like towards the end, we have a small portion left. So we are. If you have the notes with you, the distance education material with you, you can go to the page number 66. 66, that is what I am taking now. There, the Shelley's poem, Ode to Westwind. I think I stopped in the last class there, right? We were dealing with the romanticism, the romantic poets, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and now next is Shelley and Keats. Do you remember that? Hello? Any doubt in the previous lessons, whatever we studied? You can unmute yourself and speak. What is that, ma'am? How can I get the, what is that? Class details, huh? What have you written? I don't get you. You just speak out. Oh, you did not attend the class, last class, huh? Okay. See, you have to see, first of all, these contact classes are there only for each subject. We have only 5 hours, right? In a 1 year, we have only 5 hours. So these hours you have to attend. Somehow you have to make yourself free and attend, because if you miss these classes, this is only way to meet teachers, right? You have the distance education material, but you make it a point to attend the class. And by some chance, if you miss the class, okay, you can always read the material. I am just I am teaching from this material only. Whatever is given to you by the distance education, the same material I am summing up. I am telling all the important points and summing up. Each unit I am covering in each class. That is what I am doing. So I think the Directorate of Distance Education is also recording the classes. They are recording it, and I'll find out whether these recordings will be available to you. And anyway, the printed matter is there for you. If you read, you will understand. It is written in very simple manner, not like a critical article. It is written in a simple manner. Okay. And then now I'll go to Shelley's poem, Ode to West Wind. So Ode to West Wind, like this poem, maybe some of you might have read it. And one more thing I want to say, that is, all these poems you can find out from Google. If you type the title of the poem and the poet, you will get the full poem. And the poem you can read there. In the materials, you are given only some summary and interpretation of that. But the original poem, you have to read from the, you have to find out and read. Okay. Then, so in this poem, this is a very famous poem by Shelley. So here, the poet refers to wind as breath of autumn, because it blows, the wind blows the dead leaves and the sleeping seeds into cold winter beds. And then after that, later, the spring season will revive the earth with colors. So the wind is both destroyer and preserver. He addresses the west wind as destroyer and preserver. It is destroyer because it will blow down the dead leaves, and it will also spread the dormant seeds. And in that way, it is destroyer. It is preserver because this action is leading to the rejuvenation or rebirth of life in the spring season. And then in the next stanza, the poet develops the images of sky. The clouds are broken up and scattered like leaves by the wind. And the west wind is also presented to be very strong and powerful, like the creative power of a writer. And the dark dome of the sky at night is like the sepulchre of the dying year. And see, it is winter, autumn and winter. So that is a season mentioned there. And the poet feels that this is, or he gives a symbolic interpretation to it, like he considers it to be the death time, or the time of death, the season of death for the earth. And then after that, the speakers, the poet brings the reader back to summer, a sweet and sleepy time. And so the different seasons are presented here. The power of the west wind as destroyer and preserver is presented here. And the poet also expresses his wish that he could be a leaf or a cloud or an ocean wave. And he wanted to be moved by the power of the west wind. And he also recalls when he was a young boy, how freely and how happily he ran freely in the wind. And he feels that as an adult, he has no power like that. And then towards the end of the poem, in the final stanza, the wind is presented, the west wind is presented as a metaphor. And the poet requests the west wind to be made an instrument upon which the wind can play mighty harmonies. And he wants the wind-like power to scatter and spread his ideas upon the earth. So actually what it means is the wind, the actual physical wind, that is described. But towards the end, the poem is moving in a metaphorical or symbolic manner. And Shelley, the poet, conveys his own ideas about art. His ideas about art, into his meditation on beauty and natural world. So he invokes the wind as destroyer and preserver, and he asks the wind to shake him out of his inertia, shake him out of his inertia, of his laziness, of his lethargy, as a wave, a leaf, or a cloud. So the wind should shake out the inertia, shake the inertia out of him. That is what he requests the wind. And then the wind also becomes a metaphor of his own art. The wind becomes a metaphor of his own art. That is, the wind has the capacity to drive away the dead thoughts like withered leaves, and it can also hasten the birth of a new world. That is, the last line of the poem is, if winter comes, shall spring be far behind. If winter comes, shall spring be far behind. So there is hope. There is hope. There is hope for new life. And the poet believes that with the power of imagination, he can usher new thoughts and new ideas to this world. And wind is like his spark of creativity, like his poetic faculty. It can bring in new thoughts to this world and bring out some change. So the west wind is a symbol here in this poem. And as a typical romantic poem, you can see that description of nature is there, and personification of the natural power, the powers of nature, all that is there. And his passionate attachment to the elements of nature, all that you can see in this poem. And the ideas of beauty, freedom, passion, human passions, nature, creativity, imagination, all that is expressed in this poem. And we can also see that Shelley is a very revolutionary poet here, because he wants to transform the world with some new ideas, and that ideology is present in this poem. Then his optimistic attitude is also present here. That is why he say that even though there is this description of this autumn, where there are dead leaves and all that, suggesting a sense of death, a sense of gloom, sense of darkness. Towards the end, the poem is suggesting rejuvenation of life through spring season. So he is optimistic in his poem, and that is the important quality of this poem. So this particular poem, Ode to West Wind, is considered to be a very famous, very important poem of Shelley. He has written number of poems like this. Even Ode to a Skylark. Ode to a Skylark is a famous poem by Shelley, in which he considers skylark to be a symbol of happiness, and he earns to be like a blithe spirit, happy spirit, like the skylark. In that poem also, there are some revolutionary ideas present, or some ideas of progressive ideas of Shelley are present in that poem also. Okay, that is not in your syllabus, but I just mentioned that if you are interested, you can read that poem also. Then now, after Shelley, so Shelley is considered to be the most ideological, revolutionary of all romantic poets. Okay, now we move, and also very optimistic. Now we move to the next poet, that is John Keats. And John Keats, like he lived only for a few years. See, 1795 to 1821. So that means he lived only for 26 years. He died of tuberculosis when he was very young, and he also suffered from various illness during his life. But still, within this short, small age, he wrote so much, and he wrote very famous works. But he is considered to be a very pessimistic or tragic poet. If you read the poem, there is a sense, or there is a tone you get there. And Keats wrote number of odes, like Shelley, who wrote Ode to West Wind, Ode to a Skylark. John Keats also wrote odes, and his odes are quite famous, like ode to a nightingale, ode on a Grecian urn, etc. And these odes explore and develop the theme of beauty and art, and use similar approaches and images. And if you read all the odes together, you can understand there is a psychological development in these. That is, from one ode to the other, if you move, there is a kind of development you can see. And in your notes given by the university, you can see the picture of the ode is given there. And in that, picture of the urn in the poem Ode to a Grecian Urn, that urn is given there. And what is an urn? You can understand when you see that picture. And in the urn, some pictures are engraved. The pictures of young lovers are engraved. There are also trees and flowers and singing birds. These are the pictures engraved on the urn. And here, this poem is about art, the power of art. And also, and here he is comparing the everlasting nature of art with the transitory nature, that is temporary nature of human life. So the contrast between art and life is presented in this poem. Then, so in the first stanza of the ode, a speaker addresses an ancient urn standing before it. And he feels that this urn is frozen in time, and he calls it the still, unravished bride of quietness, the foster child of silence and slow time. Because the urn is preserving the information or art which is engraved on it. See, some pictures are engraved on it, and perhaps that represented some real people in those times. We do not know whether these pictures represented real people or not, but the poet imagines it to be so. And whatever is engraved on the urn, it is not getting destroyed by the ravages of time. You just see in our real life, what will happen? The trees will grow up, it will get withered, it will die, flowers will fade away after 2 or 3 days, and lovers also, these young lovers, the picture of the young lovers presented on the urn, they are so young and beautiful now. But in real life, what will happen is they become old, and sometimes they lose their love, or sometimes they become old, weak, and die. So we are all affected by time. Time is a great destroyer. But whereas in art, urn is a what is that? It is a presentation of art, and in this art form, what happens? The beauty of life, or the beauty as such, is preserved in it. It becomes eternal. So the eternal nature of art is contrasted with the temporary or transitory nature of human life in this poem. That is the theme of this poem. So that is what he is describing in different stanza. And in the next stanza, the speaker is describing the different pictures engraved on the urn. What are the pictures there? A young man is playing a pipe, then lying with his lover beneath a glade of tree. And the speaker feels that this piper's melodies cannot be heard, but at the same time, it cannot be affected by time. See, it is only a picture of a man singing or playing music. You can't hear the music, but you imagine that it is beautiful. And you remember these lines: heard melodies are sweet, those unheard are sweeter. So it is our imagination that these melodies are sweet. Even though we cannot hear it, the beauty which is engraved on it will remain forever. And the lovers also, of course, they cannot kiss each other, their love cannot be fulfilled here, but at the same time their love will never be lost, or they will never become old and weak on the uh, picture, on the urn. So that is how the poet is contrasting between art and life here. And the trees presented there, the pictures of the trees, if you see the trees and meadows, they are always evergreen, time will not affect them. And the birds, the songs of the birds will also be forever fresh and new. And then there is another picture on the urn, that is a group of villagers are leading a heifer to be sacrificed. And he wonders whether they are going to what green altar, O mysterious priest, and from where they have come. And he tries to build up in his mind their little town, empty of all its citizens, and states that the town streets will forevermore be silent because the picture is already captured on the urn. So what he means is there is a picture of a heifer being taken for sacrifice, and so many people are accompanying him. It shows it's a symbol of religious piety. And here he imagines that because all the people have come here, assembled to this place, perhaps that entire town is empty now and it is silent. And in if you see this picture, this idea remains like that forever. The place remains silent, and the picture here, that is arrested in time, that doesn't change with time. And he also says that the poet also says that the urn as an artifact, it is it symbolizes, actually it is created by human beings, it is our it is also a product of our imagination. Still, that has an everlasting quality that becomes a symbol of art. And this makes the poet feel that beauty is truth and truth beauty. So in this poem, you get a number of lines which have become classic lines in literature. Lines like heard melodies are sweet, those unheard are sweeter. Then beauty is truth and truth beauty. See, beauty is truth and truth beauty. These lines are very famous. And so the main idea is the contrast between art and life. And this line, beauty is truth and truth beauty, this is a line which is found to be difficult by many critics to interpret completely. What he means is beauty itself is truth and truth is beauty. That is, beauty and truth are one and the same. Whatever is beautiful is divine, and that is truthful. Whatever is divine is also beautiful. That is how he presents it. And through this, he is emphasizing the eternal nature of art. Then, so you have, that is the end of the second unit. Now we have to move to the third unit, right? So after the Romantic age, we are coming to the Victorian age. And a small introduction I want to give for this Victorian age. During the Victorian age, there are a lot of changes in society. There was this agrarian revolution, the industrial revolution, the rise of the middle class, etc. The rise of the middle class, etc. Before that, the society, before the Victorian age began, the country was mainly, or the society was mainly agrarian by nature. Then industrialization started. And so many people started moving to cities and towns, and where they could get job in some industries, and a new working population came out. A new middle class emerged during that time, and they were neither very rich nor very poor, but they were a hardworking lot of people who who believed in some kind of progressive ideas. So that was the spirit of the Victorian age, and the general tone of Victorian age was melancholy and pessimism. Why it was melancholy and pessimism? Because even though there was industrialization and more employment opportunities and all that, the rich people became richer and the poor people remained poor. So there was this demarcation or divide in the society between the rich and the poor, and between the capitalist and the working class and all that. That is in the economic side. And the field of education or in the field of knowledge, there were many changes. Like Charles Darwin published his work, The Origin of Species, during that time. What is its relevance to us? Charles Darwin's book, Origin of Species, because till that time, people believed in the biblical origin of creation. That is, God created Adam and Eve, Adam created Eve, and like that. All that people believed in the biblical story of creation. But with Charles Darwin's book, The Origin of Species, people began to think that or understand that human beings originated from less developed organisms through a process called evolution and mutation. So all these ideas developed, scientific ideas developed, and some people, educated people, started losing their faith in religion, in Christianity, and but at the same time, science could not answer all their doubts or questions. Science could not clarify all the doubts. Science was not that much developed at that time. Even now, science cannot answer all our questions. So people could not believe completely in science also. So a new generation of people who were agnostic, agnostic, agnostic developed. They were neither believers nor disbelievers. They were somebody in between. They were very skeptical about everything. So such a new class of people were there. And so people suffered from self-doubt, and they were very critical of everything, and they were also disillusioned with many things. They were frustrated, and society was not, or people were not very peaceful in general. They were not very peaceful or happy. So all this reflected in the literature they produced. Okay. And some important developments which took place during this time was there was greater importance given to women's education and all that. And till that time, like in India and our eastern countries, women were not given much freedom, even in advanced countries like Britain. But during the Victorian time, some schools were set up for women and some colleges, and some kind of progress achieved in terms of gender equity. Okay. So that is one positive change which happened in the society. Then also there was the rise of nationalism, the ideas of Marxism, Darwinism, etc. developed, because Karl Marx's theories came to Britain also, and Marxist ideas began to spread during the later half of the Victorian age. And then scientific rationalism also spread. About just now I mentioned about Charles Darwin's book, and many other developments were taking place in the field of science. All this led to the spread of what is called as the scientific thought or scientific rationalism. But as I told you earlier, the scientific rationalism could not solve all the problems of people. It could not answer all the doubts and queries of the people. So people were not having complete faith in science, and they lost faith in religion. They were skeptical and agnostic in their life. Now we are coming to some important poets of the Victorian age. The first one we are going to study is Tennyson. Full name is Alfred Lord Tennyson. Alfred Lord Tennyson. And he was born in 1809. And the biographical details, I'm not going to give you much because for that is not going to yield any benefit. And then also because you have the materials and you can read it. So I'll tell the important things. Okay. And here you have to study the poem, The Lotus Eaters. The poem, The Lotus Eaters. It's a bit long poem, and it is about a flower, that is a community who eats the seeds of the lotus plant. And when they eat that, they are in a state of numbness and happiness, and they spend their time like that. And this character from ancient Greek myth, that is Odyssey, he undertakes a long journey, and then he happens to come to the land of lotus eaters. So in course of his journey, Odyssey happens to come to the land of lotus eaters. And in this island where lotus eaters live, lotus eaters means the people who eat the lotus seeds of the lotus fruit. And those people, for them, after it seemed always like an afternoon, because the atmosphere in that place was very languid and peaceful. And after having their very tough war and battles and injuries, the people, the soldiers, found this place, the Lotus Island, to be very beautiful and very appealing to them. And how are the lotus eaters in the island described? They are mild-eyed, melancholy lotus eaters. And they offer this to Odysseus and his mariners also. And some of them ate this, and as soon as they ate this, they have fallen into a deep asleep. And some of them, they just sat down upon the yellow sand of the island, but they could not even listen to what others were talking to them, because they were in a state of numbness. So from this you can understand that this is something intoxicating. This lotus seeds which they ate was something which is intoxicating, and they lost their normal energy for an active life, and they started leading a very lethargic and dull life. And here, this in the second stanza, speaker questions why man is the only creature in nature who must toil. When everything in nature has its time for rest, why human beings alone toil for the whole life? And it also advises the poet to remain tranquil and peaceful for the rest of his life by staying in this lotus island. So that is, once you eat that lotus seeds of the lotus plant, see, if you go and buy a lotus plant from the flower shop and eat, nothing is going to happen to you. This is only a poem. Okay, this is an imaginative thing. He says that the seeds of the lotus plant is going to induce you this. So that is why it is called the lotus land or lotus island. And this poem is called the Lotus Eaters, titled The Lotus Eaters. Then now the mariners who have come with Odyssey, they feel that they should eat these lotus seeds and they should stay in that island forever, because by eating that they have fallen into a state of numbness and calmness, and now they don't want to go back. They feel that their families might have forgotten them after their long war, and their children might have grown up and all that, and they don't want to go back and face all of them. And they also say that let what is broken so remain. Let what is broken so remain. In life, whatever are the broken relationships now, let us not try to mend it. Let it be torn like that or broken like that and remain like that. And even though they have memories, fond memories about their wives and sons, they fear that after the 10 years of their separation from the family, their wives might have forgotten them and the sons would have inherited the property. And if he goes back now, it may bring only some confusion in the family. That is what he fears. This is his fear. But he also thinks how sweet it would be to lie on beds of flowers while watching the river flow and listening to the echoes in the caves. And the poem ends when mariners take a pledge to spend the rest of their lives relaxing and reclining in the hollow lotus land. And they want to lead this reckless life in the hollow lotus land. Then, so this is how the poem is. And it is a long poem. A long poem in the sense it's not very long, but compared to your other poems, it is a bit long. And so how the travelers debate in their mind between their choice of voyage and the choice to live in the lotus land. And finally, what they decide is to stay back in that lotus land. So this is the poem. This is a plot or summary of the poem. Then after Tennyson, we'll go to Robert Browning. See, there are mainly three important poets in the Victorian age: Tennyson, Browning, and Matthew Arnold. So Tennyson's, you have studied Lotus Eaters. There is another poem which I want to mention, that is In Memoriam by Tennyson, which is an elegy. So it is written in memory of his friend Arthur Henry Hallam. So that also you can read if you have time. Actually, there is a famous line in that poem. What is that? If it is to, it is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So in that he is expressing his deep love to his friend, and actually to his friend Henry Hallam. His sister was engaged to that man, but he died. And the poem is an elegy about him. And what does he say about in that poem? It is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So he values the experience of loving or keep having affection to his friend, and the memories of his friend he cherishes in his heart forever. So that is that poem. And now we come to Robert Browning. And about Browning, the biographical details you yourself read. We don't have time for that. But one point I want to say is he's considered to be a very optimistic poet among the Victorian poets. Most of the Victorian poets and writers are very pessimistic. See, just 1 minute. Just a minute, please. Hold on. I have to just take a cup of water. Please wait. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, madam.
Continue. I'll continue. So see this poem, My Last Duchess. Before that, I was telling of all the Victorian poets, Browning was considered to be the most optimistic because Victorian age was an age of pessimism, melancholy, and all that. And like Tennyson, you can see that melancholic spirit. In the case of Matthew Arnold, the poet whom we are going to study next, he is also telling about in poem Dover Beach, the sea of faith is fast reclining, etc. So he is telling about the death of faith and all that, telling about the melancholic atmosphere of the Victorian age. Whereas it was Robert Browning who held on to the faith in God. He believed that God is in the heaven and all is well with the world. That is how Browning's worldview was. He believed that God is there in the heaven and all is well with the world. So, compared to all the other Victorian poets, Browning is considered to be the most optimistic, okay, in his philosophy. And this particular poem, which you are going to study, that is My Last Duchess. My Last Duchess. This is a dramatic monologue. This is a dramatic monologue. And what is a dramatic monologue? What is a dramatic monologue? It is a kind of poem in which the speaker of the poem is speaking to himself. He or she is, the speaker is speaking to himself and his thoughts are uttered in a loud manner. That is a dramatic monologue. See, there is a difference between dramatic monologue and soliloquy. You might have heard of soliloquy. Soliloquies in plays. For example, in Shakespeare's plays, Shakespeare's play Hamlet. Okay, you can see, or even Hamlet you might not have read, but even Othello or King Lear or Macbeth, any play, you can find number of soliloquies. There in soliloquy, the character who is uttering soliloquy will be standing on the stage, and the audience is there, and he's speaking his thoughts aloud. Perhaps he's thinking it aloud, but the audience can hear it. Okay, that is soliloquy. And a similar technique is this dramatic monologue. It is also called interior monologue, where the speaker is speaking his thoughts aloud. And this technique is used by Browning in this poem. And Browning is a great master of dramatic monologue. And My Last Duchess. This poem first appeared among the 16 poems in dramatic lyrics with the title Italy. Okay, then these biographical details you can read. And now we'll come to the poem. The main character is the Duke of Ferrara. The Duke of Ferrara. And the Duke is described as a proud, domineering, a selfish man. But one good quality he has, that is, he's a lover of arts. He loves artwork. Then he regarded his wife as a mere object who existed only for his pleasure, and he didn't want her to express her intellectual side or any of her ideas. He didn't want her to give her comments or views about anything. That means he didn't want to recognize her as an individual or as an independent self. She has to just obey what he says, and she has to just live as he likes. That was his attitude to his wife. So in this poem, we can also see the patriarchal attitude, the male chauvinistic attitude which the Duke of Ferrara had. Okay, and now in this poem, you don't see his wife in real, but what you see is only her portrait. There is a portrait on the wall, and that is the portrait of his beautiful wife. From the poem, you can understand that she is no more alive. She is no more alive. It is only a portrait which is there pasted on the wall, and the poet is and the Duke of and this Duke of Ferrara he is speaking to somebody about his deceased wife, and from his talk, it is revealed that the Duchess enjoyed the company of other men, and that is, he is hinting that she was unfaithful to him. Actually, this is based on a real historical incident, and that Duchess died uh, in suspicious circumstances. And based on that real incident, this poem is written. And actually, this from this you can understand that the Duke had suspicion about the Duchess, her fidelity, her faithfulness, and finally he might have killed her. Now she's just a portrait on the wall, and the Duke is um, showing this picture to another person, and that person is actually he's going to find another alliance now, and it is hinted that he's going to marry again. So from this you can understand that uh, this Duke is a typical male chauvinist who never gave any importance or value to his wife, and he himself killed her because of his suspicion about her. And now he wants to get a good amount of money, and he's trying to enter into a new marriage, a second marriage, next marriage. We don't know whether it is second or third, etc. Now he's going to marry again. That is what you can understand from the poem. And the portrait of the Duchess of Ferrara is a fresco. It is a fresco, a type of work painted in watercolors directly on plaster wall. So it is a fresco. The portrait is a fresco. That fresco means the type of work painted in watercolors directly on the plaster wall. And the Duchess picture is there. And this is the dramatic monologue presented by Browning, and it is in a very beautiful manner. And this is quite a famous dramatic monologue. Whenever you speak about Browning's poems or his dramatic monologues, this poem is mentioned as example, and it is generally prescribed in all universities and colleges. Then, and now we can understand that the Duke regarded his wife only as an object or only as a mere possession. And what he says now to the emissary, now he's speaking all this to an emissary from another kingdom, who is going to, that kingdom is going to provide a new wife to him. So he's going to marry again, and this emissary has come from that place. No, he's telling to that emissary, that is a messenger, I call that peace a wonder now. I call that peace a wonder now. So here, the word peace, it refers to the portrait. It refers to the portrait, but it also refers to the Duchess when she was alive. So see the very mechanical way in which he presents, tells about his dead wife, and for him, it is just an artwork now. He appreciates this beauty of the artwork. I call that piece a wonder now, but it also shows he has no emotional attachment or respect to his wife. Okay, that is about the dramatic monologue and my last Duchess. Now we have to, if we move very slowly, describing so much about each poem, then we cannot finish this unit. So I'll tell the important points about each one, and then you can read it at home. Okay. Now the next poet we have to study is Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold. So Matthew Arnold is is also a very famous poet. You might have heard about his poems, The Scholar Gypsy, Dover Beach, etc. And Matthew Arnold was also a critic. In literary criticism, you may study his essays titled Study of Poetry, etc. And he also differentiated between culture and civilization, and such ideas he presented in his essay. Now, the poem you have to study is Dover Beach. And see, this poem, the poem is given in your notes. The sea begins like this: the sea is calm tonight, and the tide is full, while the moon lies fair upon the straits of the French coast. So what is happening is the poet is observing the beautiful nature. Standing inside his house, he's looking outside through the window, and he feels that, see, wait. Or perhaps he's just understand this much, that is, he's observing the beautiful sea outside. Perhaps he's standing on the seashore, or he's observing it from a distance. And what he says is, at night, that particular night, the sea is very calm, the tide is full, and the moon lies fair upon the straits of French coast. And it is dark, it is silent. And he also says that he can hear the grating roar of pebbles which the waves draw back and fling at their return up the high strand. The waves begin and cease, and then again begin with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in. So when he is hearing the sound of the waves beating the pebbles on the shore, what he feels is, it brings to him the eternal note of sadness. See the lines of the stanza: the waves begin and cease, and then again begin with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in. There is a kind of sense of sorrow or gloom or sadness, melancholy, which he feels. And he says that long ago Sophocles had heard it on the Aegean, and it brought into his mind the turbid ebb and flow of human misery. The sad song, the music of waves, is the music of sorrow. It is the misery of humanity which is presented through this song. And again, see, this is a typical Victorian poem. He says, the sea of faith was once encircled round earth's shore, and lay like the folds of a bright girdle. But now I can hear only the sea's melancholy, long withdrawing roar, retreating to the edge of night wind. So what he says is, once the sea of faith was full, it was encircling the earth's shore. Sea of faith means our faith, belief in God, or belief in religion, or belief in the order of the world. That was full. We had full faith once upon a time. And this faith was encircling the earth, like faith was protecting the earth. This faith was protecting the earth. So when there is faith, our mind is without fear. There is no kind of tension in the mind. But now the faith is not there. People are disturbed, or people are influenced by the scientific rationalism. At the same time, science is not able to answer all their queries. So there are people who are in between, occupying an in-between state. They are agnostic, they are skeptical in mind. So what he says is, now he can hear only the melancholy roar of the sea. Then what he says to his beloved is, now love, let us be true to one another, for the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so different, so beautiful, so new, has got neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help of pain. We are here as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. So see, this is a very representative poem of the Victorian age. Whenever, whatever are the different characteristics of the Victorian age: pessimism, disillusionment, sense of frustration, and the divide between the rich and the poor, all that, whatever I said about the spirit of the Victorian age, all that is presented in this, reflected in this poem. So what the poet says is, he's telling his beloved that let us be truthful to each other. Only that gives us the strength to face all these troubles. Because now in this world, there is no joy, no love, no certitude, no peace, nothing. There is only pain and agony. And we are now, in a sense, always struggling, and we are in a confused state of mind. And we are ignorant and we are confused. So the only happiness we can take, or the only solace we can take, is in the fidelity of our love. That is what he says in this poem. So this poem, Dover Beach, is very famous. There is a beautiful presentation of nature here. At the same time, you can see it is different from romantic poetry. You know, in the romantic age also there is a description of nature, but if you remember the poems of Wordsworth and Coleridge and all, you can see it is different from this poem. But here the disillusionment, frustration, the spiritual agony, that is emphasized here, whereas this kind of atmosphere or this kind of ideas were not conveyed in romantic poetry. Romantic poetry was very optimistic, very a very kind of happiness. The speaker taking happiness in the company of nature, driving some higher or sublime thoughts in the company of nature. That was highlighted in the romantic poetry. Transcendence through nature, rejuvenation through nature, that was highlighted in romantic poetry. Whereas when you come to Victorian poetry here, for example, in Dover Beach, nature is there, but what the poet infers from that is different. Sea of faith is fast retreating. That is what he says. Now, from the roaring of the sea, of the tides, what he hears is only the still music of humanity, the sorrowful music of humanity. So you just see how the society, the atmosphere, or the environment around you, or the time spirit of the place you live, that is influencing literature of each age. So Victorian poetry is a typical representation, Victorian literature in general is a typical representation of Victorian culture. And now we have to move to the next next
Ma'am,
poem. Yes, yeah.
I have a
Deep-
doubt.
yeah.
The words used in this poem,
Mm.
shall we use this in exam, or we use in simple words, simply language?
Pardon, tell me, please.
The words used in this poem,
Uh,
shall we write those words in the exam, or we use simple words?
I didn't understand your question. Which you are
Ma'am,
telling
in
about
poem,
Hamlet's
there are some
poem.
difficult words.
Huh?
In poem, there are some difficult words.
Okay, okay.
We should write those words, or in our language, in easy word, we'll write. We can write.
Oh, you want to write about in the exam? No,
Yes,
see, you are from which place, Deepak?
Odisha, madam.
Orissa. Okay. See, this poem, what you do is you have to. This poem is given in the notes, but generally other poems were not given. You have to read it because those poems were longer. That is why it's not given. You can read it. You have to read it and find out the meaning, because we have, see, in actually when we are taking classes for regular classes, not distance education, regular classes, one poem we teach for 1 hour. So there we explain the meaning line by line, etc. Now only 5 hours we have for the entire syllabus, right? So now we have to only tell the important things and go. So if you have doubts in meanings, you see, the best thing is you read the notes, and then if you type this, take this poem in Google, if you ask for summary, line by line meaning, every sentence line meaning will be given. Such notes are there in Google, which you read, you can easily understand. See, every line, meaning of every line, every stanza will be given, every word meaning will be given. Such easy techniques you have to study. So you don't have to even take a dictionary and study. Okay. So you can understand like that, or generally if you study summary and some questions also for the exam you can manage. But to enjoy the beauty of the poem, you have to understand it completely. Okay, but in fact, I'm not able to teach like that because of the lack of time. But these poems I have taught in regular classes in detail. But in here we have only this much time. Okay, but you can avoid. Your question is you cannot write in Hindi. Hindi you should not write in this exam. This is because this is English language exam. For example, if you are writing social science or economics or so, perhaps mother tongue is allowed by university. But for English, you have to write in English. There is no other way. Okay.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
there's a word like glimmering, and there are some difficult words are there. So the words we cannot remember. Tremulous, there is a word tremulous, cadence, slow. Those words are difficult.
Okay, okay. That see, you have to.
I'm saying in easy language, what you understand we will write in the English only, but in easy words.
No, you are saying you want to write in Hindi or what? What did you say?
No. I will write in English only, but I'm
Okay.
saying in easy words. And some words are very difficult. So those words, exactly those words we can write.
If I may intrude, Reshmi, Dr. Reshmi, he only wants to know if he can write the examination essays in simple English.
Yes.
Okay, you can write in simple English. You can write in simple English. See, if you the meaning you find and you write in simple English, no problem. Actually, most of the students are writing in simple English only. It is not a problem. But if you can remember some keywords, and if you can remember and if you can manage these words, it is good. Because for English exams, literature papers, generally the language is important, and if you write very good language, you will get more marks. But at the same time, if you write simple English also, there is no problem. You will get good marks. It's not a problem. Okay. That is no problem. You try to understand in a simple way and write. Okay. No problem. Yeah. Then this is about Dover Beach. And then what about the next? Yeah. Oh, time. It is time now. I think I have to wind up. The next teacher has to take class. No problem. We'll continue in the next class. Okay. Okay then. Okay then. Thank you. Meet you in the next class. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, am I audible? A very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes, so I think today we will move on to the next unit. I think it's a struggle against time, right? I think last week somebody had asked me a question and then I was unable to answer regarding King Lear's play. And then if you still have that question, I can take it up and then quickly we can just move on to the next unit. Okay, so I'll move on to the next unit. Is my slide visible? No, I have to share it with you. 1 second. I'm just trying to share it with you, right? Yeah. Now is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I will just continue. So we move on to Unit 3, G.B. Shaw's, George Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion. Coming to details about Bernard Shaw. George Bernard Shaw was born in the year 1856 and he died in 1950. He was born in Dublin. and Ireland, that is, and then he moved to London as a young man in the year 1876. Now, there he established himself as a leading music and theatre critic in the 80s and 90s, and that is 1880s and 1890s, and then he became a prominent member of the Fabian Society. Now, this Fabian Society is nothing but the British socialist organization which believed in socialist democracy. Okay, they wanted to bring about changes in society, reformation in society through democratic means. And so for this organization, he composed pamphlets. And then as a writer, he began his literary career as a novelist, as a fervent advocate of the new theatre of Ibsen, and he decided to write plays in order to illustrate his criticism to the English stage. His plays were highly critical of the social values held during that period. And his earliest dramas, they were called as plays Pleasant and Unpleasant. Among these plays, Pleasant and Unpleasant, there were plays like Widowers' Houses and Mrs. Warren's Profession, which which savagely attacks the social hypocrisy. And in plays like Arms and the Man and The Man of Destiny, criticism is less fierce. He's also famous for his other plays, Man and Superman, Back to Methuselah, his masterpiece, Saint John. Then you have Caesar and Cleopatra, Androcles and the Lion, Major Barbara, The Doctor's Dilemma, and in the year 1912, he published his play Pygmalion. Now, one of Shaw's greatest contributions as a modern dramatist is in establishing drama as serious literature, negotiating. No, earlier, up to then, up to the 18th and 19th centuries, drama was mainly written for the stage, for only enactment on the stage. So it was Shaw who established drama as a serious literature, negotiating publication deals for his highly popular plays, so as to convince the public that the play was no less important than the novel. So if you can read the novel, then you can read the play as well. In that way, he created the conditions for later playwrights to write seriously for the theatre. Now, Shaw's Pygmalion, it belongs to the genre of realist plays that deal with issues of common man. So his plays are known as idea plays. Okay, so there is some social issue that he takes up, and he fervently criticizes that issue in that play. So being a socialist, right? So Pygmalion also, it deals with issues of common man, and it is based on classical myth. Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion plays on the complex, it deals with the complex business of human relationships in a social world. Okay, now you can even watch the film version of this play Pygmalion, which is titled My Fair Lady. If you can, don't miss it. My Fair Lady is a film version that is based on his classic Pygmalion. So Pygmalion, it actually derives its name from the famous story in the classical writer Ovid's Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is the work by Ovid, and in which Pygmalion is a Cyprus, he belongs to Cyprus, and he is a sculptor who is disgusted by the loose and shameful lives of women in his era, and therefore he decides to live alone and single, unmarried. And with the wondrous art, he creates a beautiful statue. He's a sculptor, and he sculpts a beautiful statue, a beautiful statue of a woman, and it is more perfect than any living woman. The more he looks upon, he made the statue, he creates the statue, and he keeps looking at his own creation, okay, because it is very beautiful. So the more he looks upon her, the more deeply he falls in love with her. until he wishes that she were more than a statue. Okay, so he only wishes that the statue would turn into a real woman. To that extent, he falls in love with the statue, with his own creation. And this statue is Galatea. Now, lovesick, Pygmalion goes to the temple of goddess Venus. Venus is the goddess of love, and prays that she give him a lover like his statue. Venus is touched by the fervent love, and she brings Galatea to life. So the creation, the sculpt that he had made, it comes into life. It starts breathing. Okay, so that is Galatea. She comes into life, and when Pygmalion returns from Venus's temple and kisses his statue, he is delighted to find that she is warm and soft to the touch. So at his kiss, the statue turns into a beautiful, warm and soft woman, and they are both happy. So that is how Metamorphosis, Ovid's work, represents the story of Pygmalion. And so coming to this play, in this play Pygmalion, you have two old gentlemen who meet in the rain one night at Covent Garden. Covent Garden, it's supposed to be a western part of London, and it is where the middle class people and the upper class people, the high and mighty in society, they live, the elite of the society live. And Professor Higgins is a scientist of phonetics, and Colonel Pickering is a linguist of Indian dialects. So these two characters, Professor Higgins, who is a scientist of phonetics, and Colonel Pickering, his friend, he is a linguist of Indian dialects. Now, the first bets the other that he can with his knowledge, that is Professor Higgins bets, with his knowledge of phonetics, he can convince high London society that in a matter of months, he will be able to transform the Cockney. The people who live in east of London, okay, in East London, and the dialect they speak is a variation of the English that is spoken in London, okay, in West London, and it is called Cockney. Okay, so it is more regional. It is a regional dialect. Cockney is a regional dialect. It is not standard English. And so Cockney speaking Covent Garden flower girl, Eliza Doolittle, into a woman as poised and well spoken as a duchess. Okay, so this is the bet. Professor Higgins tells his friend Colonel Pickering that being a professor of linguistics, he can, transform a Cockney speaking flower girl, that is Eliza Doolittle, another character in the play, into a well-spoken duchess. To that extent, he can change her. The next morning, the girl appears at his laboratory on Wimpole Street to ask for speech lessons, offering to pay a shilling so that she may speak properly enough to work in a flower shop. So she's actually selling flowers on the streets. Now, if she wants to work in a flower shop or boutique, then she has to speak better English. So therefore, she comes seeking for his help. And Higgins makes merciless fun of her, but is seduced by the idea of working his magic on her. So initially, he mocks at her the way she speaks English. But then later on, this idea strikes him that he has, already there is a bet between him and his friend. So he thinks that he can take this girl and, train her and transform her. He can work the magic on her. So Pickering now goads him on by agreeing to cover the cost of the experiment if Higgins can pass Eliza off as a duchess at an ambassador's garden party. Okay, so there's a garden party coming up, and then in this high society, Pickering now goads him. He says that if you can really, work wonders, then prove that. Make this girl speak, or behave like a duchess. The challenge is taken, and Higgins starts by having his housekeeper bathe Eliza and give her new clothes. So first of all, to even become a pupil of Professor Higgins, the girl has to be transformed in the sense she has to have a bath. She has to wear new clothes, fresh clothes. Okay, because she's coming up from a very poor background. And then Eliza's father, Alfred Doolittle, comes to demand the return of his daughter, though his real intention is to hit Higgins up for some money. So he's Doolittle. Doolittle is there in his very name. He doesn't do anything, to upgrade his life. And now he has got an opportunity. Now Eliza is in the custody of Professor Higgins, a wealthy man, so he thinks he can make money out of that. So he says, he wants to make money, and he demands the return of his daughter. The professor, amused by Doolittle's unusual rhetoric, gives him £5. So the way he speaks his English, the dialect, regional dialect. On his way out, the dustman, that is Mr. Doolittle, he is only a garbage picker. Okay, he fails to recognize the now clean, pretty flower girl as his daughter. So Eliza is there, but he fails to recognize that that is his daughter. So look at the tremendous external change that Professor Higgins has brought about in Eliza Doolittle. For a number of months now, Higgins trains Eliza to speak properly. 2 trials, she has to undergo 2 tests. Okay, so the first occurs at Higgins's mother's home, where Eliza is introduced to the Ainsford Hills. That's a family, Ainsford Hills, a trio of a mother, a daughter, and a son. Okay, and the son Freddie is Freddie Ainsford Hill. Okay, he gets attracted to Eliza and further taken with what he thinks is her affected small talk when she slips into Cockney. Okay, so he actually admires her for speaking Cockney. Mrs. Higgins worries that the experiment will lead to problems once it is ended. So professor's mother is actually worried, and what will happen at the end of this test, this experiment that professor has taken, her son has taken up. So that the experiment will lead to problems once it is ended, but Higgins and Pickering are too absorbed in their game to take heed, so they don't pay heed to what he says. A second trial, which takes place some months later at an ambassador's party, which is not actually staged, is a resounding success. So we learned that that one is very successful. The second one, she performs very well. She speaks perfectly well. So the wager is definitely won, but Higgins and Pickering, so now Higgins has achieved his goal. He has transformed the flower girl, Eliza Doolittle, to speak in perfect English, not the Cockney. Okay, so the wager is definitely won, but Higgins and Pickering are now bored with the project, which causes Eliza to be hurt. Now that they have achieved their goal, they just want to get rid of her. They just don't care for her anymore, and this hurts Eliza. She throws Higgins's slippers at him in a rage because she does not know what is to become of her. See, they have used her simply as what do you say? Some in a laboratory as as a rat or something like that. Okay, a guinea pig. She's only a guinea pig in their bet, and now their goal is achieved. They just don't want her, and this hurts her as a woman, as a human. And so now Professor Higgins suggests that she marry somebody. Okay, so she returns him the hired jewelry, and he accuses her of ingratitude. The following morning, Higgins rushes to his mother in a panic because Eliza has run away. So this is what the mother had already foreseen about the relationship. This experiment is going to, the kind of impact it's going to have on Eliza as a girl, as a normal, ordinary woman. On his tail is Eliza's father, now unhappily rich from the trust of a deceased millionaire who took to heart Higgins's recommendation that Doolittle was England's most original moralist. Now, this most original moralist is a term that relates to the middle class people of London. And so Mrs. Higgins, who has been hiding, from an ordinary flower girl, he has converted her into that kind of a woman. Somebody who can easily fit into the elite class, who has been hiding, Mrs. Higgins, who has been hiding Eliza upstairs all along, chides the two of them. So she didn't run away anywhere. She's very much there. Chides the two of them for playing with the girl's affections. So when she enters, Eliza thanks Pickering for always treating her like a lady, but threatens Higgins that she will go away with his rival phonetician, Nepomuk. Now, the outraged Higgins cannot help but start to admire her. So now there is a change of emotions there. Now, Higgins starts admiring Eliza. As Eliza leaves for her father's wedding, Higgins shouts out a few errands to her for her to run, assuming that she will return to him at Wimpole Street. Eliza, who is a lovelorn sweetheart, and Freddie. And Freddie, we have already seen this character who has fallen in love with her, and the wherewithal to pass as a duchess never makes it clear whether she will return or not. Shaw ends the play this unanswered question. So we do not know whether she really, returns to Professor Higgins or not. Okay, Professor Higgins now he actually expects her to return, but then the play ends in this way without knowing whether she actually returns or not. So, in his preface to the play, Shaw writes that the figure of Henry Higgins is partly based on Alexander Melville Bell. Now, this Alexander Melville Bell was a linguist himself during those times, and he was a creator of visible speech, which was used to help the deaf learn to talk. And he was the father of Alexander Graham Bell, the one who invented the telephone. Okay, so through the concept of visible speech, now actually Shaw takes up this concept of visible speech posited by Alexander Melville Bell, and he's criticizing the whole thing through his play. So through the concept of visible speech, Shaw hits on the two aspects of theatre that can make the greatest impression on an audience. These are the two aspects of theatre. One is sight and the other one is sound. So therefore, the transformation of Eliza Doolittle is most marked and obvious on these two scales. Okay, so she transforms from a flower girl appearance to that of a duchess-like appearance. Okay, a beautiful lady. Of the middle class society, elite society, and then you have on the other hand, her pronunciation, her language, her speech has totally changed. Okay, from that Cockney to the upper class language. Okay, so in regard to both these senses, Pygmalion stays faithful to the most cliched formula of the standard rags to riches stories. And in that, the heroine changes drastically in the most external way. So these are the two external ways that she transforms. Her life transforms from from living in rags to riches, and the way her appearance, and then her speech. However, while Eliza certainly changes in these blatant external ways, these changes serve as a mask for a more fundamental development of self-respect that Eliza undergoes. Because Higgins only even charts visible speech, it makes him liable to forget that there are other aspects to human beings that can also grow. So now Professor Higgins, who is obsessed with his perfect pronunciation of the English language, he can see only that as so much, he cannot look beyond that. The person. Okay, that is why in the beginning he's not able to. He only looks at Eliza Doolittle as a guinea pig, as somebody whom he can use for his experiment, not as a human person, right? So his visible speech stands there. Okay, it does not go beyond that. But in the possible loss that Higgins faces in the final scene, and in its ability to recognize that loss as a possibility at all, the play makes certain that its audience sees the tension between internal and external change, and that sight and sound do not become measures of virtue. So at last, he expects, he too has fallen in love with her, and he expects her to come back to him. So with that, the audience is made to understand that, this change should not just be external, but it should also be internal. And that sight and sound alone, okay, external appearance and speech alone cannot be the measures of virtue or personality or internal worth. So you cannot measure a person based on these two aspects of sight and sound. That is what he's trying to prove. So the important themes of this particular play are one, language and speech. So Shaw's play explores aspects of language in a variety of ways. Higgins and Pickering. If you watch the movie, I will, you will better understand, how this, how it is being, explored, how Shaw explores this aspect. And Higgins and Pickering study linguistics and phonetics, taking note of how people from different backgrounds speak differently. Okay, so just like if you take, in Tamil Nadu or to whichever place you belong, there are different communities which will use different dialects of the same language, and the region to which they belong, that also will add to the way in which they speak the language. So within Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, they speak one way of Tamil, and in Madurai, they'll speak another variation of Tamil. Okay, so that is a kind of regional dialects that these people are studying about, and they want to transform this girl to speak. They consider their English is standard and best, and that this girl should speak that language. And appearance and identity. Yes, I already told you how she is transformed into a lady, okay, a society lady rather than a flower girl. So appearance and identity. Pygmalion explores how social identity is formed not only through patterns of speech but also through one's general appearance. So, the way Mrs. Higgins is dressed, or the way you compare that to the way that the flower girl is dressed initially. Okay, that is Eliza Doolittle as a flower girl, the way in which she is dressed. When the play ends, she's totally different. But like speech, one's physical appearance signals social class. Okay, so the way you dress and the way you carry yourself and the way you speak, all these adds to your, it signifies the class, social class to which you belong. Okay, social class and manners. So written in 1912, Pygmalion is set in the early 20th century at the end of the Victorian period in England. Among other things, this period of history was characterized by a particularly rigid social hierarchy. Okay, so there was nobody can, no clearly demarcated values or behaviors were there. You cannot, from somebody from a working class cannot go to the middle class, mingle with the middle class, and middle class with the upper class, and so on. So each one had their own values and all that. So it was a rigid social hierarchy, but one that was beginning to decline as social mobility became increasingly possible. So with a lot of opportunity, and at the end of the industrialization age, and with the modern age setting in, there were a lot of opportunities for people to move from one place to another for employment opportunities. And therefore, naturally, with their economic value increased, then their status in life also increased. They were able to move from one social class to another social class. Okay, so this means the wealthy, the high class characters of the play are thus especially concerned with maintaining class distinctions. Okay, so this mobility has occurred. So therefore, they wanted to maintain their own distinctions. Okay, they didn't want to mingle with people of the lower class, even though they were wealthy. This means more than a mere distinction between the rich and the poor. Education and intelligence, two of the play's main characters, Higgins and Pickering, they are academicians. Shaw, in some sense, he pits their intelligence against the wits of others like Eliza. And early in the play, Eliza is intimidated and confused by Higgins's academic language. You also have this aspect, femininity and gender roles, how Pygmalion's perfect woman can only be attained with an artificial construct. So you look at the mythology, he had made a perfect woman in marble. Okay, so here you have, Higgins trying to make a perfect lady out of Eliza Doolittle. Similarly, the ideal noble lady of British society in the world of Shaw's play is a kind of fake, only a role that Eliza must learn to play. And Pygmalion can thus be seen as showing how oppressive, unrealistic ideals of femininity can be. So this is how a woman should be, especially a lower belonging woman like a flower girl. and so she has to be transformed if that kind of changes that Higgins wishes to bring about in her. To attain these ideals, Eliza has to be coached, disciplined, and taught. So it is men who have to teach, to coach, to discipline her, okay, how to behave in an elite society, right? And then you have this visible speech, as I already told you. It is a system of phonetic symbols. Visible speech is nothing but a system of phonetic symbols, which was developed by British linguist Alexander Melville Bell in the year 1867 in order to represent the position of the speech organs in articulating sounds. So the representation in graphic or pictorial form of characteristics of speech as by means of sound spectrograms, and the system of handwritten phonetic symbols invented by Bell in 1867. It provides a visually comprehensible rendition of speech sounds. So if you had phonetics, if you study phonetics, you will know how sounds are represented. So that is all about Pygmalion. Let me now move on to the second play of this unit 3, and that is Thomas Stearns Eliot, T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral, produced in the year 1935. Now, T.S. Eliot, born in the year 1888, and he died in 1965. So he is considered as one of the most controversial and influential literary personalities of the 20th century. And after completing his studies, Eliot began to write. His first efforts were largely poetic. So he started writing poetry in the first place. And his early volumes of poetry include Proof Frog and Other Observations and Power. He started his own magazine called The Criterion, which was published in London, and his most famous poem, The Waste Land, for this poetry he won so many laurels. He's best known for this poetry, and it first appeared in this particular magazine, The Criterion, that was published by him. And written in post-war disillusionment, The Waste Land portrayed Eliot's beginning search for his own religious faith. So after the World War I, all faith was lost in humanity, in religion, in God, and so there was search for his own religious faith. In 1925, he published another volume of poems entitled The Hollow Men. In 1927, he declared that he was a Catholic in religion, a classicist in literature, and a monarchist in politics. Okay, monarchist, nothing but he was a royalist. Okay, through this work, Eliot has reintroduced, through The Waste Land, introduced the poetry, coming to the Murder in the Cathedral. It's a play, and but he adopts it is called poetic drama. He adopts verse style. It is in poetry form, and so this particular play, The Murder in the Cathedral, he reintroduces the poetry form to the drama from the Shakespearean times, and this was one of the revolutions that he single-handedly accomplished. So if you say poetic drama, you say 20th century, and then T.S. Eliot, Murder in the Cathedral. Okay. So, but this was not achieved by mere imitation of Shakespearean style, but by going deep into the root of dramatic imagination, like aspects of religion, ritual, purgation, and renewal. Now, these are aspects or elements which you can find in the classical drama. Okay, so he draws his to construct this Murder in the Cathedral. He draws all these elements from the classical tragedies. Now, his play, Murder in the Cathedral, it's about a situation. It is not a story, a historical situation. Okay, so it is very much like the everyman plays that were prominent theatrical forms during the early days of English drama. the play also announces the arrival of plays like Beckett's Waiting for Godot. So you don't have a play that centers around the downfall of a particular character. You understand? It can stand for any man. It can stand for every man. So it also leads to the following playwrights like Beckett's Waiting for Godot, arrival of plays like Beckett's Waiting for Godot, which is also prescribed for you, I think, which is also about a situation and not the story of a single man or a woman. So the play, written in verse in poetry form, treats the much celebrated martyrdom of Archbishop Thomas Becket from a different angle. So this particular play deals with the martyrdom of Archbishop Thomas Becket. Now, it tells that Thomas gives into the temptation of begetting sainthood and martyrdom, and thereby chooses to become a martyr to gain personal interest. So for selfish reasons, he wants to become a saint, and therefore he allows himself to be murdered. Now, so it is the temptation that wins against the suffering. These are some of the general points. Suffering for God. Yeah. Now, coming to the background information of the play. Now, the play deals with the martyrdom of Thomas Becket. Okay. Now, coming to the background information before we can go to the plot of the play. Now, Thomas Becket was born in Cheapside, London in 1118. He was of Norman descent. Norman, that is French, okay, descent on both sides, and was proud of his heritage. He was educated. Now, England was ruled by the Normans for some time. Okay, it was under the occupation of the French Normans for some time. So he was educated at Mortar Priory, various other schools, and finally in the School of Theology at Paris. He also learned law and practiced the use of sword and lance, traditional knightly exercises. So he was studying theology, but he had also studied law, apart from also, his practicing his skills at lance, the use of sword and lance. All these were knightly exercises. So, so he was good at that. His study of law helped him in his quarrels with the king. And his expertise in the use of the sword and the lance helped him in the campaign of 1159 to 60, when he defeated a French knight in a single combat. And in 1141, Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, took Becket into his household. Now, Archbishop of Canterbury, he is the religious leader of England. And from then on, his rise was rapid. In 1154, he was ordained and appointed as the Archdeacon of Canterbury. Now, Canterbury is the thing, if you had studied Canterbury Tales, Chaucer's, you would have come across this. Right, so Archdeacon of Canterbury, Henry II gained the throne in the same year, making Becket's future even brighter, because they were friends, at one point in time. So you have Henry II, who is the King of England, and you have Becket, Thomas Becket, on the other hand, who's the Archdeacon of Canterbury. Now, Becket became Henry's favorite religious leader. Henry would often entertain Becket as well as seek his advice. The king also increased Becket's importance. He first appointed Becket to the position of chancellor. When Theobald died, Theobald is the Archbishop of Canterbury, okay? So he dies in the year 1162, after which Henry II appoints Becket as the Archbishop of Canterbury. So now he becomes powerful as the Archbishop of Canterbury. After 1162, the relationship between Henry and Thomas Becket, both proud and men of strong character. Okay, so they are equally, Henry and Thomas, they are equally proud and strong characters. They became more and more bitter. Now the relationship starts straining between them after Becket is appointed as the Archbishop of Canterbury. So the monarchy versus the church, okay, the king versus the church. Henry wanted to reduce the power of the clergy, and Becket fought fiercely against it. Henry wanted criminal priests to be tried in the civil courts, while Becket wanted them to be tried in the ecclesiastical courts. So, if the clergy went committed mistakes or they were criminals, then they should be tried in the court which the church had, and not in civil courts. That's what Becket wanted. So the conflict continues, and in 1164, Henry, in the Constitution of Clarendon, he tried to define the relationship between the church and the state. Becket quibbled, quarreled, made promises he did not intend to keep, and sacrificed his principles to retain his power. To protect himself, Becket fled to France, and forfeiting his worldly goods to the crown. So finally, he is made to run away from England. So Becket returns after his exile in France for 7 years. Okay, so he runs away to France, Thomas Becket. After 7 years, he comes back to England. Both the king and Becket tried to enlist the support of the Pope against each other. The turmoil and bitterness between them ended with the murder of Thomas Becket on December 29, 1170. Okay, so finally, the king arranges sends some knights to murder Becket. So Becket was canonized. He became a saint in the year 1184. Chaucer, in his prologue to the Canterbury Tales, immortalizes St. Thomas Becket in literature for the first time. So from history, it is made, its appearance in literature, and for the first time, it is Chaucer who had spoken about this, the Canterbury Tales, because they go on a pilgrimage. Okay, the pilgrims go on a pilgrimage to Canterbury, right, in that poem. In the first 18 lines, Chaucer mentions that at the beginning of spring, people go on pilgrimage, particularly to Canterbury, to the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. Now they seek to honor and holy blessed martyr who had helped them when they were sick. Right, now coming to the play, T.S. Eliot portrays the struggle between the church and the state, depicted in the struggle between Becket and Henry II. Now, the title, Murder in the Cathedral, references the assassination of Archbishop Thomas Becket in Canterbury Cathedral. So, he was murdered right inside the cathedral in 1170 at the behest of King Henry II of England, who is also a subject of the play. The conflict between the two men arises over disagreement regarding the power of the English government versus that of the Catholic Church. So, which is powerful, the church or the king? Okay, the government. So, the king versus the Archbishop of Canterbury. Now, coming to the setting of the play is set in two locations. In part one, the scene is the Archbishop's Hall, which happens on 2nd December 1170, and the second part happens in the cathedral on December 29th, 1170, as they existed in medieval England. Okay, so you don't have acts. It does not consist of acts, but rather two parts are there, part one and part two, and in between you have an interlude. Okay. So there is an interlude in between the two parts, which is a sermon by the Archbishop in the cathedral on the Christmas morning. That is his final sermon, okay, before he is being murdered. The play opens at the point of Becket's arrival in Canterbury at Christmas time after 7 years of sojourn in France. So I've told you the history of the real history, and then coming to the play as such, the conflict between Henry II and Archbishop of Canterbury, that is Thomas Becket. The conflict between these two leads to the death of Thomas Becket, or the murder of Thomas Becket in the cathedral. So now that is in one line, if you say, that is the story, the plot. Now the play actually opens, the first part of the play opens when at the point in time when he returns, Thomas Becket, who had been on exile in France for 7 years, he is returning to England, to Canterbury. Okay, so the play opens at the point of Becket's arrival in Canterbury at Christmas time after 7 years of sojourn in France. So coming to part one of the play, there is a chorus, and as I told you, he uses elements of classical tragedy, T.S. Eliot. So here we have the chorus. Now chorus is a group of women of Canterbury, and they are used for the narration part. So the chorus expresses their fear, misery, and unease. Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, has been in exile 7 years, and they feel a sense of doom in the air. So now that he's returning to England, they are filled with fear and anxiety as to what will happen to Thomas Becket. What is his plight? What will the king, Henry II, do to him? Whether he will be killed. Okay, so they are worried about that. And even during his absence, they have been living in misery. Okay, and the three priests further discuss the situation, wondering if Becket has made peace with the king. So they do not know whether he's made peace with the king. Now they are become friends once again, or whether that hostility continues between the two. A messenger arrives and tells them Becket has returned to England and will be back shortly. After the and Becket follows shortly after the messenger. While the priests prepare, the chorus urges Becket to flee to France, where he will be safe. So the chorus, they tell that Becket should be back in France, and he if he wants safety, of his life, he wants to protect himself, he has to go back to France. So there is a doom, okay, a sense of doom, and they actually feel that he's going to be murdered by the king. So they want him back in France. Becket arrives and tells the priest to be kind to the chorus, who know better than they understand. Now, the first tempter, there are some four tempters, that the king sends to change the mind of Becket, okay, to give up his power over the church. Now, the first tempter, to fall in line with the king rather, the first tempter arrives and says Becket could have a comfortable, sensuous life again as the king's friend. So once upon a time, when they were very close friends, they had led a very sensuous life. So now the king promises that kind of a life to Becket if he's going to give up his authority on the church, okay, and his conflict with the king. So sensuous life again as a king's friend, but Becket rejects him, saying he's offering this temptation 20 years too late. So now it's 20 years too late. He does not wish to go back to that life. The second tempter tells Becket if he would submit to the king, who he could have earthly political power that would allow him to do much more good in the world than his ecclesiastical office, than his position as the Archbishop of Canterbury, okay, his leadership of the church. So the second one tells him, you leave that and you join the king, you will be assured of political power. So Becket rejects this claim also, and saying that the exercise of earthly power without spiritual authority is a delay of evil at best, and at worst a creeping sickness. So he says without spiritual power, this power is nothing, political power is nothing, and it is like a creeping sickness. The third tempter now comes, and he tries to convince Becket to side with the bishops against the king and increase the power and glory of Rome by overthrowing the monarch. Becket is offended by the offer, and he does not want to overthrow the king, okay, and so this is the kind of temptation that comes to him. The fourth tempter is a surprise to Becket, who had expected only three. So he has an idea of this already, and he expects three tempters, but the fourth one turns up, and the fourth tempter seems to have a supernatural ability to perceive Becket's inner thoughts and fears, as well as events in the future. So he foretells what is going to happen, and he is able to read the mind of Becket. He offers Becket his desire, that is the glory and power of sainthood. So now that the fourth tempter is able to read the mind of Becket, he understands that Becket wants to be glorified, and he's ready to die only for the sake of sainthood. Okay, so if sainthood, he attains sainthood, then he becomes a powerful saint. People will worship him, So that kind of a glory and power of sainthood he wants. And he addresses Becket's fear that even that will not last. So Beckett is shaken by the revelation that you are seeking the right action for reasons of selfishness and pride. So he is made to understand, actually, Beckett, that he is being selfish, okay, by desiring to become a saint or achieving sainthood. He is only merely selfish and full of pride in his own goodness. Okay, so with that, the first part ends, and so you have the chorus, and then the three priests awaiting the coming of Beckett, and then you have the four tempters. Okay, and he does not give in to any of the tempters. Now you have the interlude. So this is resigned. Now in this interlude, he's resigned to accept God's plan and will. Becket preaches a farewell sermon to his congregation, in which he addresses to his parishioners, okay, to the people of his church. He gives a sermon, and in which he addresses the duality of salvation and suffering. So these two aspects: unless you suffer, there is no salvation, okay, and if you suffer, there is salvation, uh, uh, surely is ascertained, and says no martyr is made a saint except by God's design. So if Becket wills it, he cannot attain sainthood. Rather, sainthood or martyrdom only if it is in the design of God. So it is ultimately God's plan or God's design. If he had wished for Becket to, face martyrdom and sainthood, then it will be given to him. Otherwise, if Becket is only a human being and he cannot make his own designs, it is God's plan. So unlike most of the rest of the play, this section is delivered in prose. So we have already seen that Eliot has rendered the entire play in poetic form, in verse form. So the interlude comes to us in prose. So in the interlude, he understands that without God's design or plan, he cannot achieve martyrdom or sainthood. And then we move on to the second part of the play. The chorus reiterates their fear once again. So remember, in the beginning, they spoke about their fear for the safety of Becket, for his impending death. Now again, the chorus reiterates their fear and foreboding as four knights enter. So you had the four tempters. Now the four knights come, and knights enter and demand to speak to Becket, claiming they have come by the order of the king. So the four knights come and they want to speak to Becket. When the priests try to offer them hospitality, they react with threats. So they're not being very kind in their approach. Becket arrives, and the knights, they accuse him of betraying the king and demand he recant his excommunications. When he does not, they declare their intent to murder him. So they want him to, he already he was excommunicated, and he had gone to, he was on exile for 7 years. So they want him to recant, to ensure this excommunication once again. And when he does not, they declare their intent to murder him. So he is very particular. He is not giving up his position, Becket. The priests attempt to drag Becket to safety, but he pauses to reassure reassure the chorus, as well as to declare that he is ready to accept whatever comes as is right for a servant of God and a genuine believer in Christ's sacrifice. So now Becket resists the knights, and he knows very well he is going to be murdered. He could have, done whatever they wished of him, but he does not, okay, and already he has this pride in him that he's a very good priest, and then he wants to attain sainthood. So now that this is the moment when he can give up on his pride, but he's not ready to do that. Rather, he's ready to accept whatever comes to him, whatever design God has made for him. Okay, so and then he opens the doors for the knights, and they close in on him as he is being murdered. So the knights, he opens the door, the knights enter his chamber, and he is being murdered. As he is being murdered, the chorus takes over. wailing that a curtain of blood has defiled the world. So you have the chorus playing a very crucial part right from the beginning of the play to the end, and the chorus, they keep wailing. Now, as he's being murdered, they are expressing the sorrow, they are wailing over the death of Becket. In a second prose section, the knights address the audience directly and make excuses for their actions, saying in turn that they abhor the necessary violence of their act. So the knights now look at the audience and tell them that they themselves hate this act of violence they are committing on Becket. And but it is a necessary violence, and but that no one can say they got anything out of it. So there is no any particular benefit they are going to enjoy. They hate this action, and but which they have to do. It is a necessary violence, they say. They maintain they were disinterested parties loyal to the king and acting in the interest of a strong state. So it is only on behalf of the country, on behalf of the state, on behalf of the king, they were implementing this murder, and not of their own personal will. So they are distancing themselves from the act of murder, and as if they are disinterested parties, and it's only for the sake of the country, for a strong state or the king, they are executing this evil deed. So in the end, remarks the fourth knight, they were provoked, and Beckett's death is rightly viewed as a suicide. So it is almost because they gave him a chance to, go back to his, earlier life. But then he's not ready, and Beckett is ready to accept death rather. So therefore, it is almost like a suicide. The knights look at it as if it is a suicide. It is not a murder, rather a suicide. He doesn't want to go away. And they order the audience to disperse and make no and make no trouble. So the priests eulogize Becket, but acknowledge that Canterbury has received a saint. So over his death, the priests now say that Canterbury has received a saint. So his sainthood is assured. The chorus prays, apologizing to God that they are more afraid of temporal and earthly injustice than they are of God's power and love. They acknowledge their part in the state of the world because of it. Okay, so they apologize to God. They're more afraid of temporal and earthly injustice because they've been witnessing the murder of this Becket, and so they are not afraid of God's power and love. They acknowledge their part in the state of the world because of it. They ask for God to forgive them. They ask of God to forgive them because they are not, though they are party to this, in a way, but still they have more faith in God's power and love. So therefore they ask for forgiveness. That and they also ask Becket to bless them because now he's attaining sainthood. So the symbols that are used in the play are the wheel, the wheel. Multiple characters mention the wheel, which is generally understood to be the wheel of fortune, and which turns eternally. So the wheel of time or the wheel of fortune, it keeps turning. It is not stagnant in one place. It does not stop, rather, which turns eternally for as long as time progresses, sometimes bringing good, sometimes evil, but outside control of human actors. So whatever it is, the wheel of time, okay, that keeps moving from good to bad or bad to good, it keeps on moving non-stop. But whatever happens in this wheel of time, it is not in the hands of the individual. Okay, it rests with the power beyond human actors. And that is what it signifies. And in medieval depictions, God sits at the center of the wheel and understands its rotations, while humans can only see the portion to which they are affixed. So you can't see the entire thing, only that part where you are. The wheel symbolizes its inevitability, change, and fate, and its turning may bring things that seem good or evil, but are ultimately God's design. So everything rests with the design of the God, and not in the hands of the human actors. And there are seasons mentioned here related to the symbol of the wheel, that is the passing of time. The chorus several times speaks of life in terms of seasons and the march of time, movement of time. In contrast to the wheel, the seasons symbolize the passing of time as viewed and understood from a human perspective or earthly orientation. They remark on the cold dead of winter and the barren heat of summer. So all these comes to us through the chorus. They name months and holidays consistently throughout the play and talk in terms of what crops will be harvested and what fields plowed. Okay, and which are all seasonal. The chorus's imagery is always concrete and specific in the manner of modernist poetry, and the affectations of specific seasons, crops, holidays, weather, activities ground them deeply in a very earthly mindset and understanding of time. Because of their earthly concerns, the chorus, although they love Becket and fear God, is never able to completely comprehend the mystery of his martyrdom. So it is still a mystery to them, okay, that Beckett's martyrdom, and they are not able to fully understand the significance of the entire design, because it is God's design. And so the themes in the play, as I already told you, God's plan. Throughout the play, the question of how much control any person has over their destiny surfaces multiple times. And Thomas Becket and the priests allude to the wheel which spins and brings good or evil out of the control of humans, it turns. Becket even talks about how things that seem evil at first, because they are part of God's divine plan, will be softened in retrospect, or so entangled with good that one is difficult to tell from another. The ideal state for a Christian within the context of the play is perfect submission to God's will and the readiness to accept whatever it brings as part of the grand design of a benevolence. So you surrender yourself to the will of God. That is the ultimate, line to be stated from the martyrdom of Becket. Okay, so although he suffers from pride that he's a good man, a worthy man, yet at one point in time he realizes that he cannot yearn or desire for martyrdom and sainthood, but rather if it is only in the plan of God, that will happen. Okay, so he totally surrenders to the will of God, and at that moment only he is being murdered by the knights. So the chorus, comprising poor women of Canterbury and representing the audience, struggle most with this submission, and throughout the play, although they have no power to affect their situation, they are not, it is not in them to change their situation. Okay, the kind of fear and anxiety that they are suffering on behalf of Becket, so they suffer and fear. Okay, and it is ultimately the will of God if things change, or the martyrdom of Becket himself. So the earthly versus the spiritual orientation, or martyrdom. Martyrdom itself is a theme here, and Becket in the first act has a mostly spiritual orientation, but maintains a level of earthly pride. So he, pride goes before a fall. And here you find that Becket, he's as a man, he's filled with pride. It's an earthly quality. Okay, it's a human quality, and that makes him imperfect for his purpose. So only when he surrenders to God and when he's not suffering from pride will he attain sainthood. Okay, so because he wants martyrdom for his own glory, and that is the reason he wants martyrdom. Okay, he is not qualified to be a martyr. It is only after he renounces his spiritual ambitions as well as his earthly ones that he can be at one with God's plan. So he has to give up on his spiritual ambitions as well. And then you have the role of the chorus. They are made up of common women of Canterbury. The chorus represents the ordinary small folk of the town who look entirely to the church for spiritual guidance in their lives. And they begin the play by expressing regret over Becket's return, believing that it will lead to his death. So even at the beginning, they are able to foresee the end, which would bring them great spiritual despair. So they are able to sense that sense of despair even at the beginning with the return of Becket to Canterbury. So that is the role of the chorus. Now, they claim to have been living and partly living during his 7-year absence, and that they would be more content to go on living in such a tolerably ordinary everyday state of dissatisfaction than risk facing the overwhelming spiritual ruin which they think Beckett's death would bring about. So they prefer to live in that condition of living and partly living. Okay, they are only partly living because of the absence of Beckett. Okay, those 7 years, and they're ready to continue in that situation. They don't want to Beckett to come back, because if Beckett comes back, he's going to face murder, death. Okay, so therefore, and that will be total despair. It will be death on Canterbury. So therefore, they prefer to live and partly live. The chorus therefore begins the play in direct opposition to the priest's excitement about Beckett's return. They do not want him to come back. Ultimately, the chorus's fear is realized. Beckett is indeed murdered. Okay, so while they come to understand his death as fated by God, it is a design of God, the chorus nonetheless sees it as a personal tragedy. They do not see it from a spiritual, impersonal distance like the priests eventually do. For them, it is more personal. Okay, it is not a spiritual one, it is personal. Maddened by the death of their spiritual leader, the chorus ends. He is the, Archbishop of Canterbury, their spiritual leader. So, with the death of him, such a person, the chorus ends the play desperately crying out the environment around them be cleaned of the dark energies which have intruded into their lives. So they only fear, they only cry out, saying that all the dark, the evil that has filled up their lives, it should be cleansed. Okay, and they mourn the loss of Beckett. So with that, we are done with Canterbury Tales, the murder in the cathedral by T.S. Eliot. So in this unit, we had two plays. I think it is 1-8. The next teacher, has she come in, entered? I wonder. Okay, so we are done with unit 3, and Pygmalion, George Bernard Shaw's text, and T.S. Eliot's The Murder in the Cathedral. We have just seen. Okay, so if there are no questions, then I think I would take leave. Yes, Ramesh is. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the class.
Okay.
It was an enriching session. Thank you so much.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you. So I take leave then. No questions. Somebody has raised hands actually. Okay, then have a nice day. Thank you.
Are the classes over? Like today is my first class. Today is the first session I'm joining. Is there any break now, or will the classes continue? Could anyone please say?
Actually, we were supposed to have a lunch break, ma'am, at 1.
Okay, ma'am. So the lunch break is from 1 to 2, 1 to 2 p.m.
Yes, ma'am, that's how we got the mail. Hello, ma'am. Are you taking class now, or we are having our lunch break now?
Good afternoon, all. Have the classes begun?
Good afternoon. This is the slot for modern British fiction. British fiction. Can we start?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So we have 5 units in this British fiction, out of which we have completed the first 2 units during the last 2 classes. So in the last, in the unit 1 of this British fiction started. See, here we are doing some of the British novels belonging right from the period of 18th century to 21st century, 20th century. So in unit 1, we were looking at Fielding and Dickens, and then unit 2 dealt with George Eliot and Charlotte Bronte. So now in today's class, we'll be moving on to Unit 3, where we will be looking at the authors D.H. Lawrence and James Joyce. Now, the first two units have been dealing with realistic fiction. Like, there is some noise from somebody. Uh, can you all please mute your mics? Right. Thank you. So, in the first two units, we were looking at Fielding's novels, Charles Dickens' novels, and again Eliot and Bronte. So, we saw that the physical events were being described, and it were all realistic novels. Okay, but as we move further into the units of this textbook, we move into novels that are going to move farther away from objective kind of presentation of stories and is going to concentrate on the thought processes of the characters. Okay, so subjectivity is going to be emphasized in the further units. For instance, in unit 3, let us take this unit 3, page number. So please, if you have the textbook with you, please come to page 106, Modern British Fiction. So, as I told you the other day, I was discussing about the characteristic features of realistic novels, how the physical events are narrated to us from an omniscient point of view or from a third person narrative or whatever the narrative may be, even first person narrative. Okay, so the one author was there, the narrator was there who was narrating the incidents in the form of episodes. Also, events were arranged in chronological order, time period was there on a temporal basis. Okay, so as we move on to modern fiction, we understand that the authors move away from giving incidents or episodes within a time frame, and they prefer to tell the stories from a psychological perspective. So the other day we were discussing like some of the characteristic features of modern fiction also. So now on page 106, in a very detailed manner, things are given to you. For example, what do you mean by the modern period? Which are the periods? Which are the what to say years that come under this modern period? So the lesson as such starts with defining or describing what modern period is. Okay, so they say that the first 3 decades of the 20th century, 1910, 1920, and 1930, come under this modern period. So whatever works are written during these decades, can we call them as modernism? That we cannot say, because this 1910, 20, and 30, we see that the First World War, it was the period of First World War, and people were into a lot of trauma. And earlier also we saw how this Victorian period was a period of industrialization, how many industries had come up, what were the lifestyle of the middle class people, the proletarians were emerging, and what are the kind of traumas that this middle class and low class people were into. All these things we were looking at. And that is why, in Charles Dickens also you have Dickens portraying the problem of the warehouse and child labor kind of things are all were all portrayed. So like that, each of the novels that we study will have something to say about the society. But uh, uh, this period, no, 1910, 20, and 30, this indicates the end of Edwardian era. Okay, so it says that this is the beginning of the modern age. So this Edwardian era is called as a transitional phase also. So Queen Victoria and then Edwardian era. So no prominent features are attached to this Edwardian era, and also it is said that you cannot compartmentalize things. Like some writers focus on the psychological aspect of the characters. Okay, like what we are going to study now. We are going to do D.H. Lawrence and James Joyce. So they are not interested in portraying the realistic events of the story. They are more interested in bringing out the psychological aspects. What is going on in the minds of the reader? See, in this novel Tom Jones, we had around 20 characters and more than 20 incidents happening, all put in the form of episodes. Whereas the novels that we are going to read now does not have too many characters. Very little characters will be there. Say, for example, maybe 4 or 5, or even limited, much more limited. And the protagonist, the main character, that particular character will be focused upon, and what is going on in the mind of the reader, that only we are going to see. That is what James Joyce's The Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man also shows. So you have to study from the point of view of exam. You have to study. You have to give a complete reading of what is there on page 106, 107, 108 and all, because an elaborate write up on what modern era is, or what are the characteristics of modern period is given. Okay, so now coming to the notes that are given on page 106. So they say many writers belonging to the first half of the 20th century, or even during the first 3 decades of the 20th century, were not at all influenced by the modern movement. Okay, they were still writing for a specific group only. So in that period itself, writers were divided into, like one set of writers were called as modern writers. The writers belonging to the first half of the 20th century, one set of writers were called as modern writers. The other set of writers were called as contemporary writers. Okay, especially Stephen Spender. You can see on page 106, second paragraph. Stephen Spender, he differentiated the writers belonging to this period into these 2 groups. One as modern and the other one as contemporary. So what does this modern mean, and what does this means, and what does this contemporary mean? Okay, so they say that the writers who are using a realistic method of writing the novels, like Tom Jones, or like Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, so the writers who are writing in that style resorted to realistic way of portrayal, that is portraying the incidents that happen in the story in the form of episodes following a particular time frame. Okay, whereas these people are called the contemporary writers, whereas modern writers were not interested in that. Okay, modern writers, we could see, were influenced by modern theories. Okay, they were influenced by modern theories, and they rejected the idea of resorting to one particular plot, that is to one particular story, or to have one particular ending. The novel does not, the novel ends, but it is open ended. It is called as open ended ending, meaning any interpretation can be given to the closure of the novel. Okay, or it is left to the readers. Readers are given more importance in the modernist and postmodernist novels. Readers, the role of readers play a very vital role in modern and postmodern fiction. This is because it is said that the idea of God was rejected. You should know what is the background of these writers. These modern writers writing in such shocking manner. The writings of these writers are so very shocking because these are the writers who have read Sigmund Freud's interpretation of dreams, the psychoanalysis, and then they are influenced by Einstein's special theory of relativity, Darwin's origin of the species, and these the symbolist movement, the movement of the symbolist images movement in poetry, cubism, Dadaism, all these have contributed to a change in the thinking of these writers. Traditional and conservative ideas and all were shed off, were all deserted, and there was a proliferation of new ideas which had such an impact, a massive impact on the literary scene of the period. So, traditional forms and traditional way of writing literature, the literature of the past, there was a breakaway from the past, and the traditional forms and all were found insufficient and inadequate by these writers. Okay, so they tried to adapt themselves or adopt to modern methods. For example, Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialism theory, that influenced them a lot. What is this existentialism? Existence. You just live. You don't have any meaning to your life. So life itself was found absurd by these people. What do you mean by absurd? Meaninglessness. So all these writers, especially, the two world wars affected these writers in a very, very emotional way, and they were questioning the very existence itself. They were trying to say that there is no meaning in living life. Okay, so this is because of the development in philosophy made by Sartre. So there is no usual kind of description, and there is no flow of there is no portrayal of the sequence of physical events happening to the characters. The characters feeling a sense of alienation, feeling a sense of absurdity. They were exiled from themselves. Okay, they were exiled away from the community. They ostracized themselves. They kept themselves away from society. They found life to be meaningless, and they experimented with different forms of novel writing, different forms of poetry writing. So these things characterize the modern period. So when you have a question for the exam, like what are the characteristics of modernism or modern period, you have to write all these things, that the writers were concentrating on symbols, images, and they were giving importance to the thought processes of the characters. Okay, they were giving importance to the thought processes of the characters, and these writers were interested in bringing out the angst, the kind of existential angst that existed in each human being, a sense of confusion, the kind of disorder that is there in their lives, the disorientation, the anxiety that they have to face this world, the absurdity that they have to face this world. All these are characteristic features of modernism. And if you can see, literatures produced, especially novels written by Foster, A Passage to India, D.H. Lawrence, Virginia Woolf. Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway, it concentrates on the stream of consciousness technique. Again, James Joyce's Ulysses, stream of consciousness technique. So what is this stream of consciousness technique? Just like how a stream, the water in the stream runs without any pause, like that your thoughts keep on moving. Your thoughts are not concentrated on one aspect. You cannot control your thoughts. 1 minute it will be here and the other minute it will be elsewhere. You cannot you cannot control your thoughts, and it keeps on running. So these writers say, if thoughts are like that, if one cannot have a control over your thoughts, then how can you write a novel in a very neat form? Like the protagonist is born, and then he becomes he undergoes this childhood phase, and then he is in the adolescent phase, and then he becomes a man. So realistic novels trace the growing up of an individual character, the growing up of the central character, the protagonist, in a very neat and orderly manner. But these stream of consciousness techniques that are being used in the modern novels, the modern writers, they are not interested in portraying a very realistic method of telling the story. Okay. They are more interested in following the thought processes of the protagonist. And postmodern novel comes here, but the elements of postmodernism comes here. Okay, so the postmodern writers, the deconstructionists, so you should know what deconstruction is. Okay, so the deconstruction, which was the pioneer of which was Derrida. So Derrida brings in two concepts: difference and deference. Please note this, Difference. Difference, that which arrives from the word different, being different from the other thing. Okay, so difference and deference, deferring, postponing. Deference. So the difference between these two words. So deconstruction completely rules out the author. The death of the author only is said here. That is, what these writers are trying to say is, they are giving importance to the text. I told you earlier that the role of the reader is very, very important. During the traditional period, the author was considered to be important. The author was the person who was bringing out the meanings. But modernists and postmodernists, they emphasize on the factor that meaning, coming out with meanings, what the text is trying to say. Okay, what the text is trying to say, that is not resting with the author, but the coming out with meanings, bringing out the meanings is completely the job of the reader. The what to say, the meeting between the text and the readers. So, readers are ultimately responsible in reading the text in a particular way. So, they talk about the death of the author. They say meanings are in no way with the author, but it is with the it is between the reader and the text. So they talk about this concept of death of the author. Okay, so emphasizing the relationship between the text and the meaning. Text plays a very, very important role. For example, I'll just give you a simple example. Suppose you ask what is the meaning of a cat. There is a word called cat. Suppose you ask what is the meaning of the word cat, then I say a cat has a body, it has a head, it has two eyes, it has four legs. All these things I keep on telling. Okay. So by trying to describe the cat and trying to make you understand what a cat is, I am not immediately bringing in front of you the cat, but I only keep on postponing the meaning of the cat. But instead, if I try to, instead of keeping on postponing the meaning of the word cat, if I just bring the object and show it to you, if I bring a cat and show it to you, it will be easy for you to understand. So what they say is, these deconstructionists, these postmodernists, they say that writing the text, instead of immediately bringing the things to our knowledge, immediately instead of making us understand the word or understand what a text is meaning, it only keeps on postponing the meaning. That is what is meant by this deference. Okay, so that is the thing, difference and deference. They differ to postpone. It keeps on postponing. Okay, so Roland Barthes, who came out with reader response criticism. So these modern writings were emphasizing on the internal workings of language itself, the conceptual systems, the relational quality of meaning, and the assumptions implicit in forms of expression. So the form of the novel was shown much interest in. The form was evincing much interest among the readers. Words and their meaning. Okay, so it is usually said that words and signs can never mean what they want to convey. Meaning is forever postponed. Okay, so this is what modernism, postmodernism talk about. And there is always this element of retrospection. Self and subjectivism is always foregrounded in the modernist writing. Self is given importance. That is why you don't have too many characters, like more than 15-20 characters you don't have in these novels. You just have one or two prime characters, and the author will be focusing on the actions or activities of these one or two characters alone. So self and subjectivism is foregrounded in the modernist writing. And for postmodernist writing give emphasis on language. They treat language as a medium which is devoid of a referential external reality. Objective portrayal of incidents in the form of episodes are discarded. Okay, so it is because of the then modern theories that the novelists started writing like this. So they started exploring into the self. The discovery of the unconscious by Freud was one important aspect which influenced modern writers to explore the self. Okay, so the symbolist movement that came up in France, that is another important aspect for these writers, concentrating on the thought processes of the characters. So actually these writers, D.H. Lawrence, Virginia Woolf, James Joyce, all these people were not at all satisfied with the social realism. So what is this social realism? The works by Henry Fielding and Charles Dickens, Arnold Bennett, John Galsworthy, like people. So social realism, where these people were like questioning how is it possible for one omniscient writer to neatly focus on the activities or the actions of so many characters and present it to the readers. They were skeptical about it. So they said there is no truth in that. Okay, so they said that there is no truth in that. They did not like this bird's eye view. They did not like this, and they did not like the physical events being focused upon. So physical as opposed to spiritual. They did not like this, and they tried to bring out the potential and possibilities of the novel as an art form. Okay, so the novel as an art, that they were interested in bringing out. And they felt that the themes and the techniques which were used by the traditional writers were monotonous. They did not have truth in that. That is what they felt. These writers, Woolf and Lawrence and all, felt that the truth was neglected in the physical portrayal of the events in the form of episodes. So they started concentrating upon the spiritual aspect of the characters. Okay. Now coming to page 108, so that is what is said. These writers felt that H.G. Wells, Arnold Bennett, John Galsworthy were all materialists. They were not interested in portraying the spirit or soul. Okay, so modern novelists were more psychological, and they also showed interest in technique. Okay, they try to understand the characters with a kind of psychological depth. So single protagonist concentration. So these non-modernist writers, they were objective, they were social realists, and they were portraying things in a very realistic manner. Whereas the modern writers, they focused on consciousness. Okay, so you have to understand two more concepts, temporal and spatial. Social realists were concentrating on time factor, temporal, whereas these modern writers were concentrating on space. So the most important concern of the modernists was the psychology of the free human individual. So this was revolutionized. The concept of time and consciousness was revolutionized by the French philosopher Henri Bergson, and it was he who voiced out the understanding that time and consciousness are a continuous and homogeneous flux that is artificially ordered by clock and calendar. So traditional historical sequence of action and episode in the novel form underwent a sea change. These writers were no more interested in chronological development or a kind of historical development, whereas they were more interested in spatial narrative. They jumbled the narrative sequence. They did not follow one proper sequence, one chronological sequence. They jumbled the narrative sequence. They were happy in moving backwards and forwards in time. So the novel used to begin with the protagonist as a man. The novel will begin with the protagonist or the central character as a man, and then also move backwards to his childhood days or even to future, and then come back again to the present. This kind of jumbled narrative sequence was preferred by these writers. So the writer was also conscious of the problem of linguistic conventions about the art of writing itself. He started experimenting with language, and there were a lot of innovations in punctuations also. Modern writers avoided using punctuations also. Novelists became highly self-conscious, and they exhibited a kind of awareness, and their open favor towards stream of consciousness marked the period. And many writers were writing without any punctuation marks. Okay, so especially it is said of James Joyce's Ulysses, the entire book did not follow any punctuation. It was just the flow of consciousness of the central character. Okay, so now coming to this D.H. Lawrence's Sons and Lovers, this and James Joyce's The Portrait of Artist as a Young Man. Okay, so both these novels can be taken as stream of consciousness novels. These are novels that have adopted this stream of consciousness technique. Okay, so D.H. Lawrence, the Sons and Lovers can also be called as an autobiographical novel because we have many autobiographical elements in this novel. So we see that D.S. Lawrence was born as the fourth child and third son of Lydia and Arthur Lawrence. Okay, so he was the fourth child, and his father was working in the coal mine in Nottingham, and his mother was an ex-school mistress. So the same aspects can be found in the novel also. So we see that Gertrude, the father of Paul Morrell. Paul Morrell is the protagonist of the novel. Paul Morrell, the mother is Gertrude Morrell, and then you have the father, Walter Morrell. Walter Morrell, Paul Morrell is the protagonist. Paul Morrell's father is Walter Morrell, and then you have Gertrude Morrell. So just like D.S. Lawrence's mother being a school teacher, like that, here Gertrude is also a school teacher, and father does not come from a high social status, but he works in the colliery. Okay, and it is said that he deceived Gertrude and got married to her. He deceived her by saying that he was a contractor in the colliery, but then he was not a contractor, and he thus cheated Paul Morrell's mother and got married to her. So like you have if you see the life of D.H. Lawrence, certain elements you can very much compare with Paul Morrell's life also, because the father belonged to the working class. The father belonged to the working class and was not educated, and he was a drunkard. He was a drunkard also, which affected the parents' lives. Okay, it affected Gertrude's and Walter Morrell's lives, and thereby it had its effect in affecting the life of Paul Morrell. So we see that D.H. Lawrence writes very intensely personal novels, and we can say that the Sons and Lovers have what to say? It has this Oedipus complex. A reading of it will bring out the aspects of Oedipus complex also in this, which means mother fixation with the son. So that we will see after having a look at the the outline of the novel. So, okay, coming to the novel as such, you please read page 110, 111, where autobiographical detail of the author is given. So, here, now coming to the summary of this novel on page 112. So we have Gertrude Coppard's grandfather, who was a lace merchant and who went bankrupt. They became poor, and it is because of this Gertrude's father, George Coppard, who was an engineer, they began to come down in their high social status. So Gertrude, being a teacher, she always wanted to marry a nice, refined gentleman. So she was highly religious also, and she was a person who enjoyed conversations that included religion and philosophy. And she was a high-minded person. She was a very sophisticated person, high-minded person. Although she was poor, she maintained this. Okay, so it is with the kind of deception that she married Walter Morrell. They met in a party. Walter Morrell and Gertrude Morrell, they meet in a party, and she was taken away by the warm and easy nature of him. She comes from a Puritanic family, and in fact, Walter Morrell cheats her, lies to her that the house in which he was living by paying a rent to his mother, that belonged to him. Okay, he lied to her that that house belonged to him when it actually belonged to his mother, for which he was living in by paying a rent. So he also lied to her that he was a contractor. So in order to, with the intention of having a good life after marriage, she marries him. But it is only later that Walter Morrell began to show his true character. He started drinking again, and then he was not even gentlemanly in his behavior. And there was a constant fight between them, because this Walter Morrell was unable to take her high-mindedness. It was too much for him. Her moral righteousness and her sense of sophisticatedness, her high-mindedness was too much for him, and he felt constantly accused and humiliated by her. Yeah, he felt that Gertrude was all the time putting him to shame. And the children were also on the side of Gertrude only. They had 3 sons and 1 daughter. So the children also were on the side of Gertrude only. So it is only the 3rd son, Paul. Okay. So we'll just see what the names of the sons are. Okay. The first son is William. It is given on page 113. So there is often a fight between the husband and wife. So Gertrude brings up her eldest son, William. The second one is Paul Morrell, and the girl's name is Annie, and the third one is third one takes after his father. So we have the Gertrude's three sons. So William, he studies and then he gets a decent position in London. 1 minute, I'll just. I have cough. I'll just come back. So you have this William who has acquired a decent position in London. So the mother thinks high of him. Being dejected in her marriage. She has high hopes on William only. But then William falls for a girl who's not a very stable person and who was not up to the mark. And William also dies at a very young age because of some tuberculosis or something. And we'll just go through that. And then all her hopes, after the death of her first son, all her hopes lies now on Paul Morrell. She was too grief stricken with the death of this William that she failed to take care of the other children. Annie, who was teaching in a local school, she also gets married and she moves out of the house. So once Paul Morrell is affected with serious pneumonia, and she then thinks that she should no more be thinking about William and neglect the health of the other children. So she tends to Paul and then he is brought back to life. Okay, I mean, he's brought back to good health. So now the third son, the third son who takes much after the father, his name is Arthur, Paul's younger brother. So the eldest one is William, the second one is Paul, and the third one is Arthur, and the daughter's name is Annie. So Arthur becomes an electrician and he's also working in Nottingham. And then finally he wanted to enlist himself in the army. Then talking him away from going into the army, Gertrude Morrell is like highly feeling dejected, and because of this, she becomes close with Paul Morrell, and Paul Morrell also does not have any other. He also does not have any other companion, so he is also stuck to his mother. So it is later that he meets Miriam. He meets Miriam. Okay, page 114. So Mrs. Morrell, since she was feeling lonely, she leans heavily on Paul, and the bonding between mother and son becomes stronger. But at the same time, Paul feels that he is so close with his mother that it does not even strike him that he has other life, okay, his own life to look after. Then it is they become friendly with the neighborhood family to which Miriam belongs. And the thing is, the author is highlighting here, Paul Morrell is in love with two ladies. One is Miriam and the other one is Clara Doss. We cannot call the relationship between Clara and Paul Morrell as love, because it is only for the satisfaction of physical aspect that he goes to Clara. But it is Miriam to whom he is spiritually drawn to. Okay. So the author has portrayed this love story. The trio involved are Paul Morrell, Miriam, and Clara Doss. So what Paul Morrell understands is that he is spiritually drawn to Miriam, but he is not able to he completely sacrifices sexuality in the presence of Miriam. He is not able to move with her. So it is with Clara Dawes, who's a married woman and who's older than him, 7 years older than him, that he is attracted to physically. Okay, so it is because of this he deserts Miriam for some time and then goes and has a kind of relationship with Clara Dawes. But then Clara Dawes is married to Baxter Dawes. So Baxter Dawes also works in the same place as that of Paul Morrell, and they have a fight, and then Paul Morrell gives away that relationship. He feels pity for Baxter Dawes, and then he moves away from Clara, and again he goes in search of Miriam. But then he thinks that the love for Miriam is not making him completely be commit. The love for his mother does not allow him to be completely committed to Miriam. So he finds the love of Miriam suffocating. Okay, he is not comfortable with that spiritual love that he has for Miriam. So one day he goes to Miriam and he tells her that he is going to France. He's going to France or London. No, he's going to France, and then he's going to become a full-time artist. Okay, he says that he's going to become a full-time artist. Okay, so we can understand. So this is the story. This is the story of the protagonist, Paul Morrell. So he is born to Gertrude Morrell. He is brought up by her. We see that he has a very strong and close attachment with his mother, which does not make him go and get married any other girl, be it Miriam or Clara Dawes. Especially the relationship with Miriam is found to be threatening because the love for Miriam is spiritual, which is almost similar to his love for his mother. Okay, so here only we find the Oedipus complex emerging. You must be knowing about the mythical story Oedipus, okay, where Oedipus gets attracted to his mother. So the Freudian Oedipus complex. So we see that these modern writers, here it is the case of D.H. Lawrence, they have been influenced by the modern theories of Freud and other scientists, that they explore various stories and themes. Okay, so here it is said that we can see Oedipus complex emerging in this story, and for which a detailed description is given on page 115 and 116. Okay, so it is said that all the sons hate and are jealous of the father. So all sons love the mother, but they hate the father, and the sons are all jealous of the father because they own the mother. So the Freudian Oedipus complex coming up there. Okay, so we can see that this Sons and Lovers is overtly an autobiographical novel only, because it can be taken as the story of the central character Paul Morrell can be taken as the story of D.H. Lawrence himself. Okay, so we see that the author has elevated the personal story to a universal plane. So the theme of Oedipus complex has been treated by Lawrence with a kind of psychological understanding. Paul Morrell's intense love for his mother is very clear in the novel, and because he has huge affection for his mother, he is also inimical or antagonistic towards the father. Okay, and instead of although he does not like his father, he does not have an open fight with his father in the novel. Instead of showing an open fight between Paul Morrell and his father, here we see that Paul Morrell is fighting with Clara Dawes' husband Baxter Dawes, who is almost in the age of the father. Okay, Paul Morrell's father. So we see that the man is fighting against another man. Here Paul Morrell is fighting against Baxter Dawes. Uh, so thus we can see how this kind of Oedipus complex is very subtle in the novel. Now coming to characterization on page 117. So there are not too many characters here. The main characters are only Paul Morrell, Gertrude Morrell, and then you have the character of Miriam. So when they ask you to make character sketches, so see the character sketches are not given in this text, but then you can always browse on the internet. You can go to the web pages and find the character of Paul Morrell, Gertrude Morrell. I am just telling some of the important characters of the novel. Gertrude Morrell, who is very spiritual and who has affection towards her sons. She has high hopes on William, and then how her hopes are shattered with the death of the eldest son William, and then how she gets close with Paul Morrell, and how her love for Paul Morrell obstructs Paul Morrell from getting married to Miriam. Okay, so you can just find from the web the character sketches of William, of Paul Morrell, of Miriam, of Clara Dawes, and Gertrude Morrell, and even Gertrude Morrell's husband Walter Morrell. Okay, so uh, right. On page 118, some the autobiographical elements present in the novel is given. Now, on page 120, a note on how this novel can be read as a Bildungsroma is given. Okay. So, there are two novels prescribed in this unit. One is Sons and Lovers, and the other one is Joyce's A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. So, both these novels have young men as the protagonist. So, one novel, the first novel, Sons and Lovers, can be taken as a Bildungsroma. But again, when you see what is the career that Paul Morrell has adopted, you can see that Paul Morrell is emerging as an artist. He says he is going abroad to become an artist. Okay. So, in that way, we can call this novel as a Kunstler Roma also. But then, James Joyce's The Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man suits much better to be termed as Kunstler Roma. Okay. So, now come to page 120, where a definition of this Bildungsroma is given to you. The definition, the German term, actually Bildungsroma means it's a name from Germany. So the German term Bildungsroma, it is also called as education novel. Whatever it is, novel of youth, novel of education, novel of apprenticeship, or novel of initiation, whatever it is. You can also call it as a novel of growth. So this is a subgenre in the main genre novel, and it talks about the growth of the protagonist from childhood to maturity. So Bildungsroma, it brings out the formative years of a hero, that is the adolescent period when one gets awakened sexually and intellectually. So the growth of a small boy into a matured intellectual. So the growth into a man. Okay, so the novel traces that. So in that way, this novel can be called as a Bildungsroma. Whereas in James Joyce's Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, the novel traces the character's growth from a small boy into a young man who possesses artistic abilities. He turns out into a painter or into an artist, into a novelist. So this kind of um showing the story of a small boy turning into an artist, that is termed as Kunstleroma. So these are German terms which you have to remember, and you will also be asked question from that point of view also. So here Lawrence's protagonist, that is Paul Morrell, does not foreground the art of painting as much as Joyce does. That is why we can call it only as Bildungsroma. Okay, so Lawrence's Sons and Lovers displays a kind of unprecedented and passionate subjectivity. The abnormal attachment of a son to his mother. You can underline that. Page 120, last but first paragraph. The abnormal attachment of a son to his mother and the resultant emotional and sexual aberration that is exhibited by him when he becomes mature happens to be the focus of this novel. So that is what is Oedipus complex, the Greek myth, the myth which says that the protagonist is attached too much with his mother. Okay, the instinct which might lead to killing the father also because of jealousy. So Paul Morrell finds his mother to be the most important person in his life. It is her love, it is his love for her as his sweetheart that makes him not marry Miriam. So he is very angry that his mother could get old. And it is then that he realizes in his affairs with women that he cannot ever give himself wholly to any, be it Clara Dawes or Miriam. He cannot surrender himself completely to either of them because of his abnormal attachment with his mother, because of his spiritual attachment with his mother. So the novel says that the relationship between Miriam and Paul Morrell is a kind of spiritual union, a soul union with him. So she tries to get closer with him. She tries. There always comes up the talk about marriage between them, but then he rejects her because he thinks that his love for Miriam will make him do wrong to his mother. Okay, so she is pathetically denied and defeated, whereas his physical love for Clara, that also does not keep him bound to her, that also does not keep him committed to her. So Clara thinks that she's not getting the whole person of him. She's not able to get the complete Paul Morrell because there is only physical attraction and there is no spirituality or commitment between Clara and Paul. Thus, he rejects both the women in his life. Okay, so thus Paul Morrell can neither surrender himself to Miriam's spirituality nor be content with his carnal union with Clara, physical relationship. Okay, so he experiences a split within himself. So there is a divided personality. So this again is another feature of modernism, divided personality, split personality. Okay, so finally what he thinks is after his mother's death, he feels that he need not have either Miriam in his life or Clara, but the novel ends with his decision to go alone in life, and the novel also ends that Paul Morrell has achieved a kind of self-realization. So he has come to know about himself. That is how the novel ends. Okay. So in this unit, modern British fiction, you can please study, the content that is given on from page 106 onwards. Very important because this the first few pages starting from 106 details what a modern novel is, what a postmodern novel is. It brings out the characteristic features of this. It talks about very important concepts like existentialism, stream of consciousness technique, alienation, the point of exile. All these are found in Sons and Lovers and in the next novel that we are going to study tomorrow. Okay, so you have to compulsorily know what deconstruction is, about this reader response criticism, which emphasizes that readers are more important. Readers play a very vital important in bringing out the meaning of a text. And then this concept of death of the author, the intermingling or the interaction between the text and the reader. It is only the interaction between the text and the reader that makes the textbook come alive. Otherwise, it is only a dead text. Only when the reader takes up a book and reads a textbook and comes out with his meanings, will the text come alive. So, this concept of death of the author or this reader response criticism, all these you have to be familiar with. Okay, questions will be asked from those things also. What are the characteristic features of modern fiction, social realism, and then this postmodern fiction, etc. So tomorrow we'll be doing James Joyce's the portrait of the artist as a young man. So at least in some Sons and Lovers, you had the storyline. You had the storyline, and then here we can see that Joyce's life. I mean, Joyce portrays his hero. Who's the hero? So he portrays the central character, the protagonist, Stephen Dedalus. Again, you see, you please, when you find time today, refer to what this Dedalus stands for, the mythical figure Dedalus. Okay. This story will be about Stephen Dedalus. Any doubts so far? Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Um, Ma'am, I can
Yes, please.
understand the novel, but I was confused if they some if they ask questions like explain the characterization of the novel, what we have to how to explain that, ma'am?
Ca-
What is the main thing we
characterization
have to
of
write in
the
the
character.
topic characterization?
No, no, no. If they ask about, see, they will not generally say bring out the characterization of the novel like that. They will not ask.
Okay.
They will say make a character sketch of Miriam, or make a character sketch
Okay.
of Paul Morrell, or study the Sons and Lovers as a Bildungsroman. So, in which case, you will
Okay.
have to explain in 2 lines what a Bildungsroman means. Bildungsromana, like it is a, I
Like
mean, you just explain what that is, okay?
okay, okay, ma'am.
Maturity novel, education novel, and then you study that particular. See, who's most important in that novel? Paul
Okay.
Morrell's character, how he
Hmm.
attains maturity. You have to bring that. So they will not, generally ask like make a summary and all. You
Hmm.
please know the story of all the novels that are given in all these 5 units. That is most
Okay.
important, but
Okay.
make your analysis according to the question.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other doubts? And please be thorough with what are the characteristic features of modernism, postmodernism. That gets repeated even in your exams and even for net like competitive examinations. Okay. There are so much to learn in all those things. How symbolism plays an important role, imagism, and all those things. Okay, this chapter is very important. You please study it. That's it. Okay, then, shall we wind up the class?
Yes, madam.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, friends. Am I audible to you?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes,
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 sir.
sir.
Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. We can hear you, sir.
I can't hear anything. Shall I post it in the chat box? Whether it is audible or not? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We have been dealing with literary criticism. Last week we have talked about essay on criticism by Alexander Pope, and then Preface to Shakespeare by Dr. Johnson. So try to recollect the points which I have discussed in the classroom. If you have any doubt regarding the classes, you can text me through mail. I will try to give the notes also. Right. Now we are moving to preface to lyrical ballads. Okay. Wait for a few minutes. So the syllabus is Alexander Pope, Samuel Johnson, Preface to Shakespeare. Now we are moving to the second unit, Romantic Criticism, preface to second edition of Lyrical Ballads. I hope that is visible to you, right? Is it visible?
No, sir.
Is it
Yes,
visible?
sir.
Please post it in the chat box. Okay. Preface to Lyrical Ballads by William Wordsworth. The Preface to Lyrical Ballads is an essay composed by William Wordsworth for the second edition. The first edition was published in 1798. So whenever you are writing for any competitive exam, you know that 1798 is the hallmark for Preface to Shakespeare, right? The second edition is in 1800. The third edition is in 1802. It has come to be seen as a de facto manifesto of the Romantic movement. So one of the manifesto of Romantic movement is Preface to Lyrical Ballads. The four guidelines of the manifesto include, in this work, in this essay, he tries to give four guidelines to the reader. The one is, ordinary life is the best subject for poetry. Ordinary life is the best subject for poetry. Before that, when we discuss neoclassical criticism, they are following Alexander Pope, Dr. Johnson, Dryden, have followed the tradition of classical writers, Horace, Virgil, Cicero, right? Now, in this 1798, that is, in Preface to Shakespeare, in Romantic criticism, Wordsworth gives primary importance to the subject matter for ordinary life. Wordsworth uses common man's languages. So it is used in, the poetry should be used for only common man. Everyday language is best suited for poetry. Expression of feeling is more important than action or plan. So there are 4 guidelines of the manifesto. That is, ordinary life is the best subject for poetry. Second one is Wordsworth uses common man's language. Common man's language, that is rustic people's language or ordinary human beings' language. Third is everyday language is best suited for poetry. Expression of feeling is more important than action or plan. So in his preface to Shakespeare, in the second edition, he tries to discuss, few concepts. It is written by, preface to Lyrical Ballads was combinedly written by Wordsworth and S.T. Collins. Originally published in 1798, in 1800, the second edition arrived. Wordsworth added an earlier version of the preface, which he extended 2 years later, because he felt his poems were of a new theme and style. Wordsworth felt they needed an introduction. So he wants to give the introduction to his work, preface to whatever he writes. He wants to give the introduction to his lyrical ballad. In lyrical ballads, we have plenty of poems where most of the poems are written by Wordsworth. Only few poems are written by Colin. That is Ancient Mariner, Kubla Khan, something like that. As the majority of the poem in the collection are by Wordsworth, this was probably more appropriate choice. So he wants to give a preface, an introduction to his poems. So in preface to Lyrical Ballads, he has written many poems. So he wants to give the introduction to the reader. Why he has written the poem? Wordsworth writes that the purpose of the collection was to write poems that dealt with things that happen in everyday life. The purpose of writing the poem, he says that, it happened in everyday life. So for example, when you are going to write about a poem on your mother, for example, you are going to write a poem on mother. It is from the point of view of Wordsworth, you are going to use your personal experience. That is, your own experience about your mother, you are going to write it in the poem. That is, your personal emotion are recollected in tranquility. That is the point he has given in the poem. Wordsworth consider each poem in the collection to be experimented in language use or diction. Diction means right words at the right place. Right words at the right place. So he says that he has used many words in the poem. So he wanted to find out if the conversational language could be used effectively in poetry. What is poetry according to Wordsworth? Wordsworth set out to define the particular form of art. In his views, poetry, the definition of the nature and function of poetry, as well as identifying the qualifier that makes someone a true poet. Who is a true poet? According to Wordsworth, the one who understands about nature and also identifying the qualities of nature and the function of poetry are called a true poet. For poetry, it means that I will give the quotation to you. You can write it afterwards. I try to explain first. He says that poetry is the overflow of powerful feeling that is recollected in tranquility. Passion is the key, as our mood and temperament. He says that, for example, your passion. For example, you want to be an assistant professor. You want to be an, for example, you want to write a poem on nature. For example, in daffodil, he saw the flowers moving here and there. He saw the flowers moving here and there. After seeing the flowers, he understands that he wants to write a poem. Spontaneous overflow of emotion. He's not going to write the poem once he saw the flower, the spontaneous overflow of emotion. So he thinks about the flowers. Then after thinking about the flowers, he writes the poem. 1,000 daffodils are moving here and there. He wrote something like that in the poem. Okay. So here he says that it is spontaneous. Poetry must emerge from spontaneity. For example, if you have a thought process, for example, you have a thought about writing your college teacher or your college life, you got the spontaneity, you have the feeling to write the poem. After some other time, you think about your college and write a poem. That's why you say that the spontaneous overflow of emotion. You have got the emotion. After the emotion, recollected in tranquility. Tranquility means calmness. When you are in a calm position, you recollect all the emotion into poetry. Rather, Wordsworth asserted that a poem should be the result of long and deep reflection. He also cautioned against being too concerned with the poetic rules of classicism. He says that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of emotion recollected in tranquility. That is, the poetry should be written for a language of man. He simply says that it is a language of man. Okay, we should not worry about the rules and regulation of the neoclassical critics. Is it clear to you? In chat box, you tell me whether you are. Am I audible and you are listening to the class? In chat box, yes or no? Okay, thank you. Next, so he says about I gave some notes on the latter part of the class. You can write the quotation. I will give the simple explanation of the crux of simple explanation of the point. You can write it down in your notebook. Then only when you read it in again, you can able to write the points or concepts in exam. Next, Wordsworth, I try to complete this essential concepts on preface to lyrical balance. Wordsworth then breaks down the poet's process into 4 stages. The 4 stages is going to tell, that is, I have already told you that the spontaneous overflow of emotion recollected in tranquility. Then he talks about the poet's process. What are the poet's process? 4 processes. The first process is observation. A person, object, or situation must stimulate powerful emotion in the romantic poem. For example, for example, you are a person, or you have seen the object or the book or any situation. You come across a situation. A drunkard man is beating his wife. You have seen, after seeing the situation, you are observing the situation, or as a person you are observing the situation. You are observing. First, you are observing. It stimulates you. It stimulates a powerful emotion. For example, a man is beating a girl or a woman. Once he is a drunkard man, he is beating his wife. Then it is a powerful emotion. You receive a powerful emotion. Okay, you observe. The observation must be noted. Okay, the observation must be noted. Then recollection follows. Then you remember, you recollect everything. You have seen 2 to 3 incidents in your life. Some of the men are beating women. Okay, in certain situation. After recollecting, it is a stage when the poet contemplates those observations. After observation, you are recollecting the incidents or the situation. After that, this tranquility is a must. Now you are in a calm place. You are a calm person. Observation, recollection. Now you are in tranquility. Now you are in a tranquility. Memories may surface that are days old or older. You recollect all the situation, incident, person you have seen. I already told you that he watched flowers are dancing. Simply seeing that the flowers are moving here and there. He says that in the poem, flowers are dancing. 10,000 flowers are dancing. He uses his own imagination into poetry. When you read a poem as a common man, you will easily understand the poem. Okay. So, observation, then recollection, tranquility. After that, how the after that, the poet should contemplate those memories to explore how the emotion they provoke relate to past experience. For example, I said that you are seeing a man beating a woman, or you are seeing the flower is moving here and there. You are seeing, okay, you are seeing an incident, or you are seeing a deer was killed by someone else. You have seen all the situation. After seeing all the situation, after observation, recollection, tranquility, then you are using your emotion to explore it is a work. The third stage is filtering. Observation, second one is recollection, third one is filtering. The filtering is you are having all the concept. For example, the deer was killed, the woman was beaten. Okay, then the flower are dance, the flowers are moving. You are having all the points in your mind. You are filtering the non-essential elements in the mind. The result of it that the poet's personal experience becomes relevant to a wider audience. Now you are writing two poems or three poems about, okay, for example, you are seeing the deer was killed by some people. So you are writing about the importance of wildlife animals. Then you are writing about uh, the honesty and integrity of men and how men should treat women or women empowerment. You are writing the poem, then you are writing the poem on flowers. Okay. So everything you are filtering all the non-essential things. After that, your personal experience comes into the mind. And the fourth stage is you are composing the poem. So one is observation, second one is recollection, third one is filtering, fourth one is composition. So this is the way the poet have to write the poem. This is called the poet's process in writing a poetry. The goal is to express emotion in a way that the reader will understand and can therefore contemplate. Once the reader reads the poem about daffodils, or the deer, or the wildlife, or the women, okay, when you write about, when you see so many incidents happened around the world about women, okay, the women are criticized, the women are given the second stage, okay. After knowing all these things, you are writing a poem. So after seeing women's suffering and also seeing men's suffering, men are also suffering in their earlier stage. So men's suffering, you are writing your own poem. You are observation, just note on that, observation, recollection, or tranquility. Third one, filtering. Fourth one is composition. Now he moves to the next topic, imagination. He discussing how the neoclassical define imagination. Neoclassicists, that is Pope, Dryden, Johnson, are okay following the tradition of uh, classical writers. Okay, I already explained this in the previous classes. So he said romantics like Wordsworth says that imagination is much more creative. It is beyond creative. Okay, it is beyond creative. Imagination is something more than creative. It is not a assigned recorded sensation. It is not a assigned, so for example, images or objects, whichever you have in your mind, okay, you have the ability to create new reality. That's why I say that you see a flower is moving here and there. Okay, he sees more or less 10 flowers or 100 flowers or 200 flowers are moving here and there because of the flow of air. After seeing this, he's not writing like air is coming, air is helping the flower to move. He's not writing like that. He writes 10,000 flowers are dancing. Okay. He uses his imagination in a new way. The imagination has the power to
Excuse me,
create
sir.
new
The
reality
screen is not
and to
visible,
see
sir.
beyond the material world surrounding the poem. Okay. So whatever you see around your side, surrounding your side, you have seen many things in your side. For example, when you are listening the class, in your home, you are seeing fan, table, books, you have seen all these things. Okay. But you have the power to create, okay, the material beyond the material world. He says that poetry can capture any and every subject that is of interest in the mind. Okay, you can take any subject to write the poetry. Whether what matter is not whether a subject is poetic. Whenever you write a poem, the subject only is not needed. You ought to also know about the meaning. So meaning to a subject, it becomes poetic. Okay, there should be meaning in your subject. Then only it is a poetic. Then themes from common life can be a poetic and worthy of the contemplation. So themes you have to taken in your poetry is from common life, rustic and humble people's life. You have to take the theme. Wordsworth require of the poet. The reason this works, according to his argument, is that those who live a rustic lifestyle are close to nature. The people who are living in the countryside, okay, they are close to nature. So we have to take the rustic and humble people's language to our writing. Then he moves into the next concept, function of poetry. Function of poetry. He says that classical writers, classical writers like Homer or neoclassicists, Dryden, Pope, okay, they say that arts for art's sake. Arts for art's sake. Art should be written for art's purpose only. Okay, art should, for example, you are going to write a poem. You have to follow the rules and regulation of the poem for uh, the art for art's sake. The idea that, okay, the art should be produced regardless of any moral values or concern. But romantics believed that art for the sake of life. You want to write your art, that is poem, painting, or any drawing or any other writing, should be for people, for life only. For life only. Romantics believe that the art is for the sake of life. That's why he sees the function of poetry as enabling the reader through the teaching of moral and philosophical values and ideas. Okay. Then finally, he discusses about the diction of poetry. The diction of poetry. Okay. The diction of poetry. Diction is basically the use of language. The use of language. But more specifically, it is the choice of words. Diction means the right words at the right place. The right words at the right place. It is a choice of the words, phrases, sentence structure, or even figurative languages. For example, when you are going to use metaphor, simile, personification, or any other figurative languages, it should be used, okay, in an appropriate way. While diction is important in all literature, Wordsworth places particular importance on its role in poetry. In a poet's medium, you want to use the correct and appropriate word in the poetry. Prose also has characters. So when he actually speaking refers to Shakespeare is an essay. But in this essay, he has given lot of quotation from poetry and he says that how to write poetry. Okay. Whereas prose has also characters, setting, and the plot to convey message. The poet's choice of language or diction is the sole means of expression in poetry. The poet's choice of words, for example, whenever you use a poem, whether you are going to use an IQ or a sonnet or a ballad or any other work of art, you have to use the appropriate language. Poet choice is to use, okay, appropriate language, the diction of poetry. Wordsworth argues that the diction of poetry and prose is the same and criticizes the neoclassicists for their artificial and unnatural languages. When you read Rape of the Lock or Mac Flecknoe, Rape of the Lock by Alexander Pope or Mac Flecknoe by Dryden or Medal by Dryden, when you read, you find that the poetry are artificial and unnatural. You don't find the natural language as far as Wordsworth is concerned. So you should have a passion. Passion should drive diction. You should have a passion to write the poetry. There is no need for using poetry with ornament, dignity, or meter. Whether you are following the meter rhyme scheme, or you are following this rhyme scheme, or whereas you are using extraordinary words, that is not at all necessary. He wants poetry to center on rustic, humble situation using rustic, humble language. According to Wordsworth, that is the real source of poetic truth and beauty. The poetic truth and beauty is, the real source of poetic truth and beauty is using rustic and humble language. That is language of man. Language of man. Is it clear to you? Is it clear? Just give your
Yes, sir.
in chat box. So I'm going to give some quotation to you.
So only your
Is it
screen is
clear?
not visible, sir.
Type it in the chat box. Okay, now okay. Is it audible to you, right? Okay. Now you can write some quotation regarding or some points regarding the Wordsworth theory of poetry. Just note down. Those who are interested, you can write. I don't ask everyone to write, but it is better to write. Okay, then it is easy for you to write it in the exam. Okay. Now I am giving some quotation regarding poetry. What is the view of Wordsworth views of poetry? Just note down the quotation. Just note down the quotation. The aim of poetry is to I hope that you are all writing. Those who are writing, please put it in the chat box that you are writing or yes sir, something like that. Okay, okay. You just write down, try to memorize 2 to 3 quotations while you are writing for 12 mark question, right? Okay. You just write down the quotation. The aim of poetry is to start the double quotation. Double quotation begins with the double quotation. Choose incidents and situations. Choose incidents and situations from common life. From common life. From common life. COMMON, common life. And to relate, and to relate, and to relate, RELATE, ROR, describe them throughout. Describe them throughout. Comma, comma, as far as possible, as far as possible, comma, in a selection of language, in a selection of language, really used by men, really used by men, really used by men. Close the double quotes, close the double quotes. Now this is what the aim of poetry, okay. I just once again read the quotation. The aim of poetry is to choose incidents and situations from common life and to relate or describe them throughout, comma, as far as possible, comma, in a selection of language really used by men. Okay, here you have to choose the incidents and situations from common life people. For example, we, the middle class people and ordinary human beings. Okay, a concept should be taken and it should be used in a language really used by men. Language of men. Language of men. This is the important quotation. Whenever you write a essay, you just start with this quotation or you can add this quotation in black ball. Whenever you write a quotation, try to use black ballpoint pen. Okay, black ballpoint pen, you will have to show that it is a quotation. Then you will get more marks. Okay, this is the point I have already discussed. Okay, choose the incident situation from common life. Common life. We are common people. So take it from common people life. For example, accident, nature, cinema, or house, or home, or books. You can choose any common incidents, and then it should be the language should be from the common people used by men. Then the next quotation is important quotation. Poetry is very important quotation. Try to uh, remember it or mug it up. Okay. Double quotes. Double quotes. Poetry is. This is the main important points. Okay. As far as Wordsworth theory is concerned. Wherever you go, they ask you what is Wordsworth theory of poetry. So we are going to study traditional individual talent by T.S. Eliot, where T.S. Eliot criticized romantic poetry. I will discuss all this thing in the traditional individual talent classes. Okay. Close the open the double quotes. The spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. The spontaneous SPONTANEOUS. Spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. Spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. Quotation. Sorry. Quotation start. The spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling, colon. It takes its origin, spontaneous. spontaneous, spontaneous overflow, overflow. Spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, colon. It takes its origin, takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. From emotion, it takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. Recollected in tranquility. Recollected in tranquility. Right? So close the double quotes. Close the double quote. That's why we say that. So you can once you remember this quotation, you can write about the concept. Okay, you can write 4 or 5 lines about this line. Spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. It takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. So the emphasis is the personal emotion is the wellspring of poetry. For example, you think about your mother, you think about your father, you think about your friend, then you are writing about a poem on friend, poem on mother. Maybe it may be from, you are going to write about the mother as a universal concept. You are going to talk about mother as a universal concept, but you are always giving your own personal emotion. That's why he said that spontaneous overflow of feelings. It is recollected in tranquility. Okay, poets should draw from their own experiences. So after getting your own experiences, okay, you are going into the depth of the emotion to create a meaningful poetry. That is the second quotation which I would like to inform you. Okay, sometimes you can use few critics line about the author whenever you are going to talk about whenever you are going to write about the poem, okay, or the poetry or the essay. Try to use 2 to 3 critics, famous critics views about that particular writer. So I give one critic's views on to you. You just note down. It may be helpful for you to write a good essay, right? Harold Bloom comments. Harold Bloom, okay, Harold, Harold Bloom. If you forget the name, okay, if you don't know the name, you forget the name about you forget the name of Harold Bloom, you just note down that, you just write that one of the famous critics says that. You can write like this. If you write Harold Bloom means, okay, Harold Bloom comments. Are you all listening? I hope that you are all listening. Right.
Yes, sir.
What is the view of Harold Bloom and about okay, Harold Bloom, right? You just note down. Wordsworth made poetry. Wordsworth made poetry. Begins a double quotation. Harold Bloom comments. Wordsworth made poetry available to a larger audience. Available to a larger audience. Larger audience. By raising up the ordinary. By raising up the ordinary. Raising. RAISING. Raising up UP. Of the ordinary. So quotation continues means dot because it is continuous. No need to write all these things. Wordsworth made poetry available to a larger audience by raising up the ordinary. He is, comma, above all, comma, the poet of solitude. The poet of solitude. The poet of solitude. SOLITUDE. The poet of solitude, comma, and of the desire of solitude. and the desire for solitude, DESIRE, desire for solitude, comma, as well as of consolation, as well as of consolation. Okay. Now, regarding we are talking about his views on poetry. You can also write about another point. The significance of nature. The significance of nature. Just note on that. The significance of nature serves as a powerful source of inspiration. Serves as a powerful source of inspiration. Serves as a powerful source of inspiration. Powerful source of inspiration. And spiritual renewal. And spiritual renewal. And spiritual renewal. That is one more point. One more point is that a poem should delve. Okay, I give you the quotation, right? You just note down int. Okay, just make a note. So you can write about Shakespeare's, Wordsworth theory of poetry. If they ask you in the 8-mark question, you can give your own answer in a beautiful way. You just note down. I just give the point. You just note down, which I discussed earlier. Okay, a poem should deal with incident and situation from common life. That is the quotation is given, right? I have already given the quotation. A poem should deal with incidents and situation from common life. Second point, imagination should present, just note down that, imagination should present ordinary things in an unusual way. Ordinary things in an unusual way. The next point, imagination should present ordinary things in an unusual way. So your imagination, okay, present, you are taking the ordinary concepts, but you have to tell it in unusual way. That's why I say that when you read Daffodils or any other works of Wordsworth, okay, or any other works of romantic poet, for example, when you read the works of Keats, a sensuous poet, when you read the poem, you think that whenever you read Ode on Aggression or Ode on Indolence, Ode on Autumn, or a Wordsworth poem, or for example, Coleridge poem, Ancient Mariner, Rime of the Ancient Mariner, a dejection on wood. Okay, you may find that something is the imagination is something different. Okay, so imagination should present ordinary things in an unusual way. Next point, low and rustic life should be chosen. Low and rustic life should be chosen. Low and rustic life should be chosen. Okay. So subject matter of poetry. Subject matter of poetry. You just note down that. I'm just giving the hint. Okay. Once I give the notes, you can go through it. Okay. Because I give the important points. I already discussed the crux of the essay of Wordsworth complete theory. Okay. I just give the hints. Based on the hints, you have to elaborately write your essay. Right? Okay. Subject matter of poetry. Subject matter of poetry. Focus on the ordinary occurrences. Focus on the ordinary occurrences. Focus on the ordinary occurrences of life and the natural world. Of the life and the natural world. focus on the ordinary occurrences, ordinary incidents of life. Occurrences means whatever happens in our life, occurrences of life, and the natural world, whatever happens in our life. The language, double quotes, really used by man, close the double quotes, is adapted. The language really used by man is very important. The quotation taken from William Wordsworth, preface to Lyric Adventure. Really used by man. Whatever we use, okay, we are using. Okay, we are using. Add your lunch, add your dinner. Okay, whatever we use in common life, that should be used in poetry. Is adapted. Is adapted. Simple language is accordingly more permanent. Simple language is accordingly more permanent. Simple language is accordingly more permanent than a philosophical one. Simple language used by the common people are more permanent in this world. So everyday life, he takes the poem of, he gives some example from his own poem, right? You take the poem of We Are Seven. I said that everyday life, I mentioned that the everyday life occurrences should be taken into consideration while writing poetry. Okay, you take the poem We Are Seven, his own poem, We Are Seven. Example, you just note on the example. Wordsworth, We Are Seven. We are seven, S-E-V-E-N. So you can mention it as, just note down that in this poem, there is a conversation between the speaker and little girl. So whenever you are going to elaborate the concept, okay, just note on that. In We Are Seven, there is a conversation between the speaker and a little girl. The little girl insists that she has seven siblings. Even though two have passed away. This is a simple life occurrences, right? In We Are Seven, there is a conversation between the speaker. Okay, he talks to the little girl. The little girl says that she has seven siblings. Siblings means blood relations. Even though two have passed away, two have died. The subject matter is very simple, but Wordsworth as uses the profound themes of life, death, and human spirit. Just note down that. Just note down, at least give one example of how do you say that, or they may say that critically give your sorry, critically give your view on Wordsworth subject matter of poetry with an example. So the example is We Are Seven. The poem is We Are Seven, written by Wordsworth itself, where the concept is very simple. The speaker talks to the little girl, where the little girl, are you listening? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So where, thank you. Where the speaker talks to the little girl, she insists that, she says that I have seven siblings. Two of them are died. This is the simple subject matter. Okay, after seeing this, so the profound knowledge of the writer, he thinks about the life, two siblings have died, death, and the resilience of the human spirit. How the human are they are fighting against the life. This is the theme. Wordsworth explored the themes of life, death, and resilience of human spirit. If you write like this, means you can get good marks in the exam. One more examples, ordinary life. You just go through it. I will send the notes to you. But note on the poem. Note on the poem. The old Cumberland beggar. The old OLD. Cumberland. CUMBERLAND. Cumberland beggar. Okay. That is a point I would like to say it about subject matter of Shakespeare. Sorry. Wordsworth poet. So you will definitely, what are the questions you have to go through it about in this work means just note down the questions. What is poetry according to Wordsworth? What is poetry according to poetry? Subject, what is subject? What are the subject matters of poetry according to Wordsworth? Wordsworth subject matter of poetry or Wordsworth subject matter of poetry. A difference between the language of prose and metrical composition. Difference between a language of prose and a metrical composition. Poetic diction in preface to lyrical ballads. Who is the ideal poet? Who is the ideal poet? Then how does Wordsworth link imagination to poetry? How does Wordsworth link imagination to poetry? Okay, I'm already discussed all these things. Once again, I give few points regarding the poet. The poet, because I give the question, ideal poet. The poet is a man speaking to man. I'm not giving any presentation right now. I'm just explain to you to write. Okay. I will send the presentation and other material to you. No worries. Okay. Everything will be given to you. Everything will be given to you. No worries. He is a man speaking to man. Who is the poet? Ideal poet. He is a man speaking to man. For example, you are talking to me or any other person. You are a poet. Yes, more lively sensibility. I will give the notes to you. I just explain this. More enthusiasm and tenderness. The poet should have a sensible, okay, he should have a sensibility and also a great knowledge of human nature. He should understand the soul, that is mankind. He has to please with own passions and volitions. For example, you are to, for example, you are listening the classes. Why you are listening the classes? For example, you want to be a poet. You want to enjoy your life. You want to rejoice the spirit of life that is him. You want to enjoy your life. Then only when you read a work, when you read a poem, when you read a novel, you want to enjoy the novel, enjoy the poetry. Then you become a great writer. Then you have to understand, okay? You have to be present in this world. You should not affect any human being. So you have to be ready. You have to be ready, readiness. You have to be ready and thinks and feels about others. Thinks and feels about the others. So poetry, I already told you that. I've just summed up the concept. Poetry is a spontaneous overflow of emotions. It takes origin from emotion recollected in tranquility. The ultimate goal of the poetry is pleasure. How do you get pleasure? It is based on experience. It is based on experience. So finally, it talks about the diction. About the diction, the use of language, the choice of words, phrases, sentence structure, and even figurative languages, okay, where he says that the role of the poetry, when he used the diction in literature, Wordsworth places particular importance on his role. Diction means right words at the right place. Process of characters, settings, plot, everything. Okay. But the poet choice of using the diction is the sole means of expression in poetry. When you want to say, okay, when you want to express about your mother or father or the surrounding, your college life, your courses, okay, the sole means of expression is how you use your, how do you use, why do you use your diction, okay. So it is not an artificial, it is not an unnatural, okay. It should drive, the passion should drive diction, okay. That means he wants poetry to center on rustic, humble situation using rustic, humble language. According to Wordsworth, that is the real source of poetic truth and beauty. The real source of, for example, you say that it is a beautiful poem. According to Wordsworth, you are using the rustic, humble language. That is the common man language. Okay. I hope that you understand the overall summary of Wordsworth. Okay. Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I will share, okay, whatever the material I have, I will share and give it to you. No worries. But try to learn, okay, before coming to class, try to read the material, okay, whether you understand or not, the concept, try to read the material once, okay. Once you read the materials, it is easy for you to understand the concept, because once I teach you, already you have read 1 or 2 times, you have the material, right? You have the material, Pondicherry University material. You just go through it, okay. Then only you can ask the question in the session. The last session also, we have, I try to explain all the concepts, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi all. Are we done with the classes for today? The classes are till 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.?
5 p.m., ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? May I begin my class?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for your response. Thank you so much. As some of you might have attended my previous class, as you know, first, because we were the first topic was
Ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
maybe there. Let me see. If I couldn't, no, I will disconnect and then join. Am I audible now? Is it clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as you know, the previous class I have told you that I will begin from where I have stopped. Now I would like to continue from unit 1, because unit 1 is very important for you, because you are going to write the detailed answers. The detailed answers will be from this part, from unit 1. In that case, we have to focus more on this unit 1. Otherwise, we would have just winded up with the summary. So now you please keep the textbook with you. Um, Now I am going to continue with the P. Lal, the poet. P. Lal. P. Lal's two of the poems we are going to discuss today. The first one is the poet. Let me read the poem. If you have the textbook, it is always better you keep the poem with you. For all his wild hair, just a minute, I will also try to show my screen. Actually, I don't have, I haven't prepared any slides, but in case I'll try to show the poem. In case if you don't have the textbook, that will be very useful for you. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. So, in this poem, the poet P. Lal is trying to discuss how the poet understands the inner heart of the people. As a common man, anybody cannot understand everybody's minds, but as a poet, the poet has a unique feature within him to understand each and every personality that he sees around. That is beautifully shown in this poem. So, this is the first trait of the poet which we are trying to understand. The first trait of the poet is he can understand each and everyone's inner feeling. Okay, and maybe the person, what does he think, how does he think of, so maybe the misery of the person. So all these the poet can understand beautifully. So that is a blessing of the poet. This is one of the traits that is described in the poem. The other trait maybe discussed in the poem is, um, I don't know why. I am trying to show the poem to you. I don't know whether you are able to see that. Do you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you
Yes.
see the poem which I am showing?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Yeah. This one also, the another trait of the poet. The another trait of the poet is that he is far from the words heard about him. Let it be the words praising the poet. Let it be the words which is actually bringing infame to the poet. Maybe you are scolding the poet. Maybe you are abusing the poet. Maybe you are praising the poet. He is least bothered about it. He is beyond all that glories. Okay, let it be glories or let it be infame that will be brought to him. The poet is undisturbed, a kind of constant mind. So actually, this is the poem which praises the poet, but this trait is very difficult to achieve.
As a person, we will be easily disturbed when somebody is going to blame us. If someone blames me, I will be disturbed emotionally, personally, and then I will react to it. But in this poem glorifies that the poet will not be disturbed. Okay, so let me read the poem and try to explain. For all his wild hair like an arrow, stammer at parties, slipping from a tram, putting off the mending of a soul, and putting on a mock heroic dam, he notices the spider's intestines, claim windy harlot and block marketeer, and in the clicking grin, his eye divine a moody world of artifice and fear above all this. So the first four lines is talking about the poet goes around everywhere. His presence is everywhere seen. So the tram shows that the places he visits, almost all the places he visits. So the parties again symbolically tells that the poet can visit to maybe great parties or great meetings to a greater places. So kind of person the poet can access through the entire world. That is very common. Anybody can access the entire world. But see the special qualities that is found in the poets. He notices the spider's intestines. Usually, when we watch the spider, we can observe the legs, head, maybe the entire body of the spider. The poet can see even the intestines, which means the internal part of the spider. So, symbolically, the poet is trying to say a poet can read the inner minds as well as the inner feelings of a person. That is what he is trying to tell in this line. So he notices the spider's intestines, claim windy harlot and block marketeer. Claim windy harlot. Here, the poet can understand a prostitute or he can understand block market, maybe the businessman who is involved in block marketing, all that. So the poet can find even some plus points in the negative attitude. So, for example, in the society, a prostitute cannot be accepted very easily. Nowadays, maybe it's okay, but earlier it is not so easily. A prostitute cannot be accepted as a person it cannot be included in the society. I can say that. But a poet can read the inner minds. He can give respect to the feelings of a prostitute. So this is what the poet is trying to say. So on the clicking of grin, his eye divines a moody world of artifice and fear above all this. When a woman turns black clouds of hair with a rhythmic hand, weaving their silk in the possessive sun, he sees her common eyes stretched a land, oh lost, lost. So the society can look at the girl, the outer appearance, maybe the prostitute. How does she appear? Maybe the silky sari, maybe the way she walks, maybe the way she looks. All these the people may look at it, but the poet can see the common features of a prostitute. When the poet looks at the eyes of the prostitute, the poet can read the miseries, the sorrow within that can be found in the heart of the prostitute. Only a poet can read the inner minds of a prostitute. Only he can find out. This is actually an example. He can read the spider's intestines. He can read the minds of a common man. So all that everybody cannot read it, but the poet's inborn nature is like that. He can read everybody's problem through the common eyes. As when repentance yearns for hope and love and finds that there is none. So when the poet is praised, okay, he doesn't take it. When he is repented, or maybe when he is blamed for something, when he is accused of something, maybe when he is accused that he is a poet of a common nature and he is not a very good poet, he doesn't take it. He doesn't consider. So even if he wins, even if he succeeds, he treats it very equal, which shows his stable mind, which is one of the important traits of a poet. So these are the two traits that the poet possesses according to Pilal. And I continue with another poem of Pilal, that is the lecturer. Here, the lecturer, I know you understand the meaning. The lecturer is different from a teacher. A teacher is a person who teach you certain things. Maybe in the school, when you don't know the basics, the teacher tries to teach you the basics. For example, alphabets or numbers, tables, all these the teacher teaches you. But the lecturer, the role of the lecturer at the college level or at the even in the school level at the higher secondary school of education, the lecturer gives you speeches, lengthy speech. Here, the poet P. Lal is trying to blame the lecturer that the intention of the lecturer is to impress the students, but not to teach them anything. The teacher's intention is to teach you something. So the teacher will teach you something. From the receiving end, the students will try to learn something. But when comes to this, actually, I don't agree. Everything is right. Even at the school level, even at the college level, you can see all kinds of teachers or lecturers. Whether they reach the students or not, it depends upon the individual person is concerned. But here, Pilal's concern is about the lecturer, whom he mentions that the lecturer doesn't look at from the student's point of view. He doesn't understand the receiving end. The receiving end students may not understand the concepts which the lecturer is trying to explain, but he is trying to impress. So here he says the lecturer is impressing the students by explaining complicated things and ideals. So the lecture which he has delivered may be very impressive, may be very attractive, but after the class, after the end of his lecture, the students may not be beneficial. The students might not make use of any of his lectures. So this is what he's trying to tell. Okay. So listening was an experience of fingers of filigree feeling. The worst made excellent sense. The worst made excellent sense. The best was all concealing on truth's brink he stood. So the first accusation is the lecturer is hiding things, concealing things. So the lecturer is supposed to bring out the secret or bring out the complicated, complex natured ideologies out in his class. Instead, the lecturer is trying to focus on how to impress the students in the way, in the methodology he is adopting to deliver his lecture. The intention is the truth should be revealed. He should not conceal or hide anything. The concept, the theory should come out. The idea of teaching should come out. But in the lecture, you cannot find that. So here, P. Lal may be disappointed with any of his lecture where the lecturer was not so open enough to deliver his ideas in a transparent way so that the students can receive or understand the concepts. So his works memorable, cool, lovely, lingering on the good, the true, the beautiful. So it appears to be very attractive, beautiful, impressive. So once you listen to the lecturer, it appears to be very good, excellent. You appreciate it. But after the end of the class, after the end of the lecture, you don't get anything out of it. Something is hidden. So the inner meaning is hidden, which he never reveals it. He just covers up things and he doesn't reveal what the students actually require or the students really need. You could not tell truth from fiction. Such elegance, such capable diction, such distinction the mind recalls, all ritual, all false, unutterably false. So he's praising, wow, what a fantastic lecturer he is. He's trying to tell the truth from fiction. Fiction is not a truth actually, kind of imagination, kind of falseness. Here, the poet P. Lal is trying to tell the lecturer is very challenging to bring all the truth from fiction, because in fiction we cannot find something truth, because fiction is a fictitious story. Story means imagination, full of imagination. And if you are trying to find some kind of truth from fiction, that shows the talent of the lecturer. So he's trying to appreciate the lecturer. That's what you are trying to get it, but that is not the intention. He is indirectly going to accuse the lecturer. Such elegance, so kind of words he uses, so the kinds of examples the lecturer uses, everything is very fine, wonderful. So such capable diction, the words are excellent. The words used by the lecturer are excellent. Such a distinction the mind recalls. So he is praising the lecturer, what kind of mind he has. He recollects everything, extraordinary mind the lecturer has. So all these are rituals, customary habits. So he is supposed to do this, so he is performing that ritual. Usually we perform a ritual because we are supposed to do that. It is a ritual. We are supposed to do that. So here the lecturer is not dedicated to his job. The lecturer is just performing his duty as a ritual. He is supposed to give a lecture, so he is giving. He is using a nice vocabulary, attractive examples. So he is doing all that, but the intention fails. The intention is the message should reach the students. The content should reach the students, but it is an utter failure. That is why all rituals become false. So it is a failure according to the poet Pila. So when the lecturer doesn't meet the end, meeting the end is reaching the students. So if the lecturer doesn't meet the end, the lecturer fails there. It utterly becomes false. So he is a fake personality. This is what he is trying to tell in this poem. So we have tried to follow the two poems by P. Lal, the poet and the lecturer. I hope you have followed. And now I move on to the last poet from the first unit, that is Gauri Deshpande. Gauri Deshpande is a women poet, as you can understand by the name itself. Is a feminist, I can call. Maybe you have read some of the works with connection to feminism. Even if you don't, I can explain it in a few lines. At PG level, you are supposed to know these concepts. I think you can browse or you can read more and explore about this term feminism. Feminism is nothing about, I can simply explain. It is a complicated term, of course, but I can explain in a simple way so that we can move on with the poems, and because we don't have much time. I hope you can develop all these ideas when you read literary theories. Okay, so feminism is nothing the demand for rights of equality for women on par with men. So the women, they may ask questions, they may demand equality on par with the men. So all these concepts come under feminism. So whenever they find that they have some lack, that the way they are treated in the society, they may come up with such kind of rational ideas. That is what feminism is. Here, Gauri Deshpande is a feminist, and many of her novels and the poems, even the stories, some of her stories, they talk about feminism. So it is about the central idea is about giving equality to women. The female of the species, usually the species means the human being is a species, a lion is a species, a kind of species, even plant is a species. So even grass, even like all the organisms, they belong to a particular species. Here she is going to talk about the female of the species. So she is going to talk about the species, a human being, and in the female, how the female of the species is treated. So this poem, it is a very small poem. This poem is actually talking about how a woman is treated in the society by a man. Let it be a husband, let it be a father, whatever it is. So this poem is about how a man at look at the women. Maybe the man can have a daughter, a girlfriend, a wife, or a mother. So, a friend, of course. So, the man can be connected to many versions of womanhood in his entire lifetime. And how does he look at them? He look at them just to find solace in them, just to get some kind of remedy or a kind of solace or kind of peace when talking to them. But they fail to, the man fails to understand the women. For example, a man expects his daughter to understand his pain. A man expects his wife to understand his feel. On the contrary, he doesn't understand the feel of any of the women he is connected to. So this is the basic concept of this poem. So the moral of the poem or the theme of the poem is if you have any problem and if you want to get connected with you, finally find an alternate, that is a woman, not the man. So this is the idea behind the poem. So sometimes you want to talk about love and despair. You can be a man or a woman. Even like I take it as a man because the poem focuses mostly on man. It's trying to blame the man because the man doesn't focus on women's feel. So sometimes you want to talk about love and despair. Let it be a man or a woman. Let it be a man or a woman who has some problem with love or who has some problem with their personal emotions. They choose a woman. Okay, so they have some problem. They usually come over to a woman. This is the idea. Sometimes you want to talk about love and despair and the ungratefulness of children. Maybe the children are not taking care of you. Maybe the children are not kind towards you. And if you have some problem with your love, maybe if you have some personal emotional disturbance in your mind, you want to talk to someone. So you feel like you should share your feel with someone. So what do? A man is no use whatever then. So if you are going to choose a man, that is a wrong choice. You cannot choose a man. So if you want to share your problems, you should choose a woman, not a man. You want then your mother. So whom do you choose? Suppose if it is a man, the man chooses his mother or his sister or his schoolmate or the girl with whom you went through school. Maybe his schoolmate, maybe his friend who is a girl, okay, who is a girl, a friend. He may have friends, but he will choose a girlfriend in the sense, not in that way, because the next line we are going to see that in that way. And your first love is the lover, a girlfriend, I mean, okay, and her first child. Maybe if you don't have any option, maybe if you have no option to choose your mother, sister, or your friend or your girlfriend, sometimes you may choose your girlfriend's daughter. Okay, you may go to your girlfriend's daughter, which means the poet is trying to tell the women will be the best choice for a man to shed out his tears or shed out his feelings. This is the idea behind it. So a girl and your second, maybe you can go to your second girlfriend or a girl or maybe your own girl. And what do? You sit with them and talk. So you sit with them and talk to them. And she sews and you sit and speak of the rate of rice and the price of tea and the scarcity of cheese. So all the problems you talk about, she is still working. The women whom you are talking with, she here refers to any kind of women, could let it be mother, sister, or whoever you want. You can. So she sees, and you tell your story, your feelings to her, and you sit and sip. Maybe you are drinking a coffee or a tea, and then you sip, and then you speak about the rate of price, maybe about economics, and the price of tea and the scarcity of cheese. So all kinds of commercial problems you talk about with the women, along with your personal problem, along with your despair. You know both that you have been spoken of love and despair and ungrateful children. So you know both that you know both that you have spoken of love and despair and ungrateful children. So the irony, look at it. You are talking about ungrateful children, you are talking about love, you are talking about despair, but did you bother as a man? Did you bother to listen to these stories of those women? Did you ever listen to them? So that is the idea behind the female of the species. So their voice is unheard. Their voice should be heard. So there is some disparity or discrimination in listening to the stories of women. So this is the idea behind this poem, The Female of the Species. So that some kind of partiality is shown when you are trying to outpour your emotions because you fail to understand the emotions of the other side, the listener's emotions also you should understand or listen to at point of time. Okay. So I move to the last poem of the first unit. Okay. The people who need people. It is the only landscape, a sea of people bordering the bitter limit of the sea. Actually, I have forgot to mention about the theme of the poem. This is about a brotherhood in the sense unity, a kind of sisterhood, brotherhood, a kind of fraternity, connection. Okay, maybe we can understand very well being Indians. I can very well say because we live in such a beautiful country with so many races, cultures mixed together, people speaking many languages, people following different cultures who belong to different religion and community, yet we are together at one point of time. Okay, you may have that kind of brotherhood in your working place, or maybe in your school, in your college, or maybe in your home. So this poem is about the people who need people, which again shows a kind of brotherhood, attachments to each other. So it is the only landscape. It's about India actually. It's the only landscape, a sea of people bordering the bitter limit of the sea. If all the noses were one nose and all the heads were one, they would outstone Gomateshwara and be monument to brotherly love. For yet no one has picked my packet, nor into my house broken, I as it not run over by a bus. So here it shows the Indians are very caring. That kind of attitude is seen here. Gomateshwara is one of the kind of statue, the huge statue that can be found in Karnataka. This is used to compare here how united the Indians are. Maybe if all the Indians' noses were brought together and if all the heads are brought together, we can see Gomateshwara statue will be very, very smaller because we are united and our brotherly connections, our friendly, affectionate connections will make a huge statue which may be bigger than Gomateshwara. And she also talks about kindness and caring of the Indians because she is mentioning she hasn't been picked up her packet. Nobody has stolen her money. I mean, trustworthy. People are trustworthy all around her. This is what she means. So her house is not broken and yet not run over by a bus. So this can be taken in a lighter vein. Nowadays, you can see accidents, pickpockets, and all these are quite common, even kidnapping. But she was talking about maybe in a lighter vein. This was written years back, just to bring a kind of unity among the Indians. She has written this maybe after independence when people are distracted, maybe they were very much depressed of many things, just to bring some kind of fire in them. She has written such a nice poem to show that all are brothers and sisters, they love each other. So that is the intention of this poem. The people who need people, so they need only love and affection, caring. Okay, I hope you have understood. So do you have any doubts with regard to unit 1, because you are going to answer in detail. So you have to understand all these poems. In unit 2, it doesn't mean you need to read in detail, because you have to just understand the poem and then you can make your own answers. But the first unit, you have to focus more because you have to read it in detail. I'll show the syllabus to you, then you can understand in a better way. I think you have this textbook. Even then I will show you that. See here, unit 1 is do you see my screen? I cannot see this, that is why I don't see the screen, so I am asking. Yeah, do you see unit 1? It is mentioned detailed study. Okay, but look at unit 2, it is non-detailed study. So if you just know what is there in unit 2, that is enough. But when you are reading unit 1, you should understand the poem and then only you can manage your exam. That is what I mean. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Shall we go to unit 2? Yes. I'll go to unit 2 then.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, what kind of questions can we expect from this unit one? Because no questions are given at the end of the chapter, at the end of the unit.
Actually, I might have told you I have told you also in the previous class. I have seen in the website also, in DDE website, the question papers are there. Have you checked it? Please Google, or maybe you can go to Pondicherry University DDE section. You can check the previous year question papers. Even then, I can explain. In schools, not even in schools, even in your UG, I don't know. Let it be in schools. Definitely would have done this. Like ERC, explain the context with reference.
Yes, yes,
Explain.
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So that is what a detailed study. So sometimes if you are given some 2-3 lines from a particular poem, you should know the context of the poem and you should be able to explain the meaning. That is what I mean. You should identify the poem is from which poet or which poem, and then you should know all that thoroughly. That is what I mean, detailed study. So you should know the poem thoroughly. That is what detailed study is meant for. Suppose if they
Okay,
are
ma'am.
they will ask specific questions. Okay. For example, I can tell here a small scale reflections on a great house. So they may ask, so what are the things that enter into the house did not go back? So can you give me the list? In that case, you should know the poem in a detailed way. Only then you can explain it. Okay. So
Okay, ma'am.
that
Okay.
is what specific questions will be asked. That is why you should read the poem in detail, which means you should understand each and every line of the poem. That's what I mean.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, and the translation of the poem, each one of us will have our own translation, right? So, should we write our own translation, or whatever points you've given us now, based on that, we should be
Why
writing,
do
ma'am?
you need to write a translation? I don't understand. I don't think you need to write your own translation. I was talking about your interpretation. That's what you mean, I think,
Ah,
right?
yes, yes, yeah. Translating whatever the poet had in mind to into our, thinking, interpreting
Interpretation.
what. Yes.
Interpretation is sharing your opinions, but it should be in English. Okay. If you use the word translation, people will think that you have to translate into your mother tongue or any other
No, no,
regional
no.
tongue. Yeah, that is what I was
Sorry,
hoping.
that was a
Okay.
mistake on my part. I
Okay, no
meant
problem.
interpretation. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
interpretation is very well, it is good because you are going to write your PG exams, not only for this paper. Okay, even if you are doing this for other papers, even for theory papers, you can criticize. Maybe if you are writing an essay on T.S. Eliot's critical works, no, you can criticize somewhere. You may not agree with T.S. Eliot, somewhere you can be okay with the T.S. Eliot. So your interpretation is always welcome when you are writing your PG papers.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. So non-detailed study, you need not worry too much about understanding each and every line of the poem, but overall idea, maybe the theme of the poem and maybe the summary of the poem will do when you are doing non-detailed study. Next, yeah, I am trying to. Actually, I couldn't get some of the poems. I'll try to show you whatever poems I have. Otherwise, I will show the textbook which I followed. I hope you have the Tesla material. I blindly followed the textbooks whenever I couldn't download the poems. Let me see what I can show you now. So Kamala Das, you might have read. You cannot skip Kamala Das when you are reading Indian writing in English. Again, she is a feminist poet. I was talking about Gauri Deshpande. I told that she is a feminist writer. Kamala Das is also a feminist writer, maybe a stronger feminist, I can tell. The other version of a feminist poet we can call Kamala Das is. She was called as Kamala Suraya, then she changed her name into Kamala Das, and she has a different ideology with regard to feminism. She was daring to ask, maybe she had daring questions on this male chauvinistic society. She was unhappy with her married life, and She was not at all okay with her husband, the way the husband treated her. All these were reflected in her poems. That is why her poems are called as confessional poems, confessional poetry. Kamala Das, I'll try to show the slide. Actually, the slides, in the sense, it's not ready. I have just yeah, have the poem so that I can read and explain to you. I'm just sharing that screen. I haven't prepared your slides. Maybe the next class I'll try. So when you are talking about Kamala Das, it's about feminism. Feminism is the first theme when you are talking about Kamala Das or Kamala Suraya. So she was questioning the radical society. How can a woman be treated in this? So she's talking mostly her personal issues in her poems. For example, she is unhappy with the way she is treated in her in-laws' house. She feels that she is treated like a person who has lost her independence. She was not free. So such kind of expressions can be seen in her poem. So as a woman, she has not taken decision. She was telling, not in this poem, in another poem she was telling. So as a sister, she was obeying her brother. As a daughter, she was obeying her father. As a wife, she was obeying her husband. And when will she take decision? Because as a mother, she is obeying the son. So she is questioning, as a woman, when will I take decision for my life? So that kind of questions emerge from Kamala Das poetry. And her poem can be called as confessional poetry because it deals mostly with her personal problem. She is confessing from her heart. So whatever she feels in her mind will be confessed in her poem. This the old playhouse. This is nothing about the house in general. I don't know whether I have time to read the entire poem because we have four more poets, right? I mean, including her. So let me sum up. This old playhouse is talking about the relationship between Kamala Das and her husband. She is telling the life is not at all satisfactory. She is not happy in her married life. Her husband is treating her as an object. Her husband is treating her like an animal or a pet animal or a bird. So the way he treats is like she has to be a dutiful wife. Maybe she has to cook for her. She has to give medicine for him whenever he is sick. Maybe whenever whenever he needs Kamala Das body, she has to cooperate with him. Even then, like she's not happy living with him because the husband never cares about the feel of the poet. And maybe I'll explain. So you plan to tame a swallow. Swallow is a bird. So Kamala Das is blaming the husband. You are treating me like a bird. So you are trying to tame me. Taming means like usually we tame a bird. For example, taming a bull during Jallikattu. So you are trying to tame a bull. Only then you can control over it. You are trying to usually you tame a pet animal. Okay, like kind of domestic animal. Tame animal means you know the difference between wild animal and a domestic animal. Domestic animal can be tamed, so you can train it, you can make it to obey you and all. Here Kamala Das is trying to tell that you are trying to tame me like a bird. Okay, so you are using me for your body needs. Maybe if you have desire, you are trying to use me, and you are not at all bothered about my wishes. So I am choked in a house of yours. You have kept me, you called me a wife. Okay, you called me wife, you kept me in a house, and you are asking me to do this. So when you have some problem in your health, you are asking me vitamin supplement, so I have to cook accordingly, I have to serve you, all that you do. But you think about me, I feel like I don't have freedom. Okay, I like when the summer is there in the room, I feel it's very hot in the room, I am getting suffocated. There is no freedom. The artificial light here she is talking about, you see, I don't see sunlight. I don't see natural light get into the room. So all these are symbolically told. Kamala Das is not given freedom that she wants. She is not given enough space to speak out her mind. So she is writing it through her poems. So she doesn't has any space to share her feelings, thoughts, or maybe the husband is not ready to give her enough freedom to let her mind out. So that is what the poem is about. So your room is always lit by artificial lights. Your windows always shut. So there is no opening. There is no vent. So how do I vent out my thoughts? How do I vent out my mind? That's what. So no more singing, no freedom, no more dance, no more enjoyment, no more happiness. My mind is an old playhouse with all its lights put out. So this is what the poet is trying to tell. Okay, so she's comparing her mind into the old playhouse. The title of the poem is The Old Playhouse. Okay, so you have occupied me in this way, you have treated me in a bad way, and now my mind is completely haunted. And then in my mind, my lights are put off, my lights are out, it is full of dark, and there is no more enjoyment, there is no more entertainment, there is no more happiness just because of you. This is an accusation against her husband that she is not given free space. And here you can see kind of narcissistic love. This Greek image, we have a character, narcissist. Okay, this fellow admires himself. Once he happened to look at his own image on the water body, and then he starts admiring himself. So here the accusation is Kamala Das accuses you are taking care of yourself, you love yourself, you are bothered about yourself, and you never bother about me. So this is what. So an end. So what does she need? What does Kamala Das need? An end, a pure, total freedom. It must will the mirrors to shatter and the kind night to erase the water. So I want complete freedom. The water should be erased. Why do you look at yourself? So that water should be erased, and I want my complete freedom. I should be focused on. Why should I bother about only your life? So this is out of frustration, a kind of confessional poem by Kamala Das. Okay, I move on to the next poem, The Freaks. Okay, now this is about unfulfilled love. I am trying to show it on screen but couldn't. So let me see. So the freaks here refers to the total disappointment kind of thing. So the emotional outburst of the women. Again, of course, Kamala Das. All the poems can be related to Kamala Das because she has written her own confessional poetry, her own autobiographical poetry, which is the reflection of her own mind, which she had experienced in her life. So this poem is about her unfulfilled love. She is not satisfied with the married life. She is not okay with the way she is loved by her husband. According to Kamala Das, her husband doesn't love her inner soul or mind, but he may love her body as such. This is what she means. So here he talks. He can be used as the husband, Kamala Das' husband. He talks, turning a sun-stained cheek to me, his mouth a dark cavern where falsities of uneven teeth gleam, his right hand on my knee, while our minds are willed to race towards love. So our minds are willed to race towards love, which means they are not one-minded people. Usually, if you read in stories or maybe if you observe in stories which is connected to true verse, they can say they are two bodies and one mind. But here you cannot see such kind of expression when you read Kamala Das poem. You can see well our minds are willed to race towards love. So the intention is something else. They have that urge for love, but actually they don't love each other. Okay, so here the heart an empty season and have failed in love. All these are indirectly telling there is no true love. The husband really doesn't love, and so the wife, Kamala Das, is not at all satisfied. That is why I have mentioned unfulfilled love. So Kamala Das is not satisfied with love making, or maybe she feels that she has an utter failure in love, maybe with her husband. So the hot and empty cistern, waiting through long hours, fills itself with coiling snakes of silence. So maybe the way they love each other, it shows in silence, which means they don't speak out their minds, and that is meaningless. So according to Kamala Das, the way they love each other becomes meaningless. So she's blaming, I am a freak, I am a freak. So it's okay, I don't care about it. So I become a freak, and then I just go ahead with whatever is going. So I am not okay. I'm not happy with what is happening, but I just go ahead with it. So this is kind of out of frustration, I can tell, a kind of unhappiness that she faces in her personal life. So the poems of Kamala Das is fully personal. It's based on her personal life. And next, I would like to discuss the next poet, Adil Juswala, The Waiters, and the next poem, Sea Breeze Bombay. I think I haven't received the poems. Let me see, let me check. Yeah, The Waiters poem is missing. I have copied the materials from it. Let me see if it is available. If it is available, I will. So, when The Waiters not available. Okay, The Waiters is not available, so I will just use your textbook SLM material. I haven't found the poem, so so the poem is about the people, those who work in the hotel. Hotel. They usually serve food for you when you go to a restaurant. This poem is set up in France, where an Indian, or maybe the Indians, especially the Tamilians, because the words, they use Tamil minds, all this, so about the blackness of the mud, it color refers to the skin color of the people. So the Tamil minds, their Tamil minds recall, all these talk about the waiters who belong to Tamil Nadu. Maybe they are purely Indians. The Indians go to France and they serve in restaurants run in Paris. So they are all these clues I have got from this, the metro, the Paris Underground Railway Station, all that. So the waiters are basically South Indians, especially Tamilians. Those Tamilians, they work as waiters in some restaurants in France. So they went to France and they worked. This is talking about the maybe kind of pathetic situation. Yeah, the pathetic condition, the waiters at the hotels, alien land because it's a foreign land. Paris, it is in France, it is a foreign country. So how it's miserable for them, how pathetic it is for them to work in a foreign country. Maybe they are paid very less, and maybe they are not treated very well, and they have to run a very miserable life just for the sake. That is the intention of the poem. So here the poet keenly observed the day's life of the waiters. How does the waiter runs his life? So it is a kind of emotional poem because the poet actually has read the minds of the waiters who work throughout the day, and then how do they suffer. This is the intention of the poem. So it is basically the living condition. How do they live? The facilities. The waiters are not living in well ventilated houses, so they don't have basic facilities. They don't have proper houses. Okay, maybe they sleep in the underground, or maybe they be sleeping on maybe roadside. Maybe they sleeping in the metro, or maybe underground railway station. So they don't have a proper home. They just sleep around wherever they can accommodate themselves, because they don't have better life. And maybe if they are paid well, maybe if they are treated well, they can they can pay themselves to get a house properly. But now they are not paid well, just to survive. They are laying around somewhere. Maybe they will sleep underground in the train, metro, railway station, or they may be sleeping under a grape vineyard. So wherever they find a place, in the public places, they sleep. So their day's work begin with polite speech. See, think about the customer. Even if the customer is kind or not kind, you should be very polite when you are responding to the customer. So that is what. So they are very polite. They are very humble. They toil hard, and they are fulfilling the satisfactory buds of the customers. So the tasty foods they serve, even then their their happiness is not achieved. They suffer a lot. So this is what is discussed in the poem. Okay, and yes, that's all about. I move on to the next poem, Sea Breeze Bombay. Sea Breeze Bombay is about a partition. Partition means usually India Pakistan partition, but here it is about Bangladesh also because it happens in Bombay. And Sea Breeze Bombay. So during partition, kind of refugees come to refugees. Even now we get refugees like from Sri Lanka and from other places. Refugees or people who come from other countries to get rescue uh, from another country. Okay, so when there is a war in Sri Lanka, people from Sri Lanka come, they come to India. Not only to India, they go to many other places also. They prefer India because it is nearby and so they can easily come here. That is why. So this is during partition, people fluctuates from one nation to another nation due to security reasons. This is based on that partition. Sea Breeze Bombay is based on partition of two countries, and maybe the people from one nation move to another nation as a refugee. The partitions people stitched shrouds from a flag, gentlemen sister thinned and opened, people fraying across the country reknoted themselves on this island. So here scissored sind means it is cut off. So a part of a country is cut off and made into another country. So earlier it was India, but now after this partition, it is not India. Sind is divided into two. For example, Pakistan and India, when it was divided, before partition, it was one country. After partition, it was made into two different countries. So it was scissored scene. And so people move from, even during partition, people from India moved to Pakistan, and from Pakistan, people moved to India because they preferred different nationality. They were confused with the political commotion, and all those were the reasons. So they moved. Surrogate city of banks, brokering and base, refugees, harbor and port, gatherer of ends, whose brick beginnings are loose like a skin, spotting the. So this is about describing how the space is spotted with refugees. It is crowded with refugees. That is, I have given you an example of Sri Lanka when there is a war or kind of problem, you can see boats, no, boats will be filled with the people and they will get down here. Maybe they need some kind of rescue. So here also we can understand the refugees harbor and port. Usually the port we may have shipping goods. Goods will be shipped. Import and export goods will be there. But now you can see people were fully crowded because they were moving as refugees. New refugees wearing blood red wool. This is the symbol of violence. Okay, in the worst heat. So it is very hot. Even then they were wearing blood red wool because it symbolically shows that they are from violence. So come from Tibet, scanning the sea from the north, dazed, holes in the cracked feet. They don't have slippers, so they have taken all the way from there to reach here. I think if you have recollect your history classes, you can remember people from Burma and Bangladesh, all over the other countries during independence. Before independence, actually, when there was war, no, people started moving barefoot without having anything to wear on their foot, and then they walked miles across. So that kind of pathetic situation the poet is talking about. So restore us to fire, still community steer and reform, and still a breeze, cooling our garrulous evenings. So here tear and reform. So communities tear and reform. So there are problems. A tear means you are crying, or maybe you have some ridiculous situation, critical situation, and still a breeze. Still they have a hope, the kind of positive spirit they have to begin their life. So uncovers no root and settles no one adrift on the mainland surface. So they have still positive hope to begin their life. So this poem is about sufferings and the pathetic situation of the refugees who move from one country to the other nation as refugees so that they can be rescued in the nation, and then they may have a kind of hope in getting their new life and new identity and to change history in their identity. So this is the idea behind this poem, Seabreeze, Bombay. And I think the next poet is Give Patel. Give Patel's poem is Dilwadi. Okay, Dilwadi is again the process of migration. Okay, migration. Actually, we were talking about refugees in the previous poem, moving from one country to another country. But here, this is about migration. This process you can bring into your mind. You need not read the poem. I can give you an example. For example, during COVID period, the laborers were migrated from our place. For example, from Tamil Nadu, they moved to North India from where they have come actually. That was one of the worst situation happened during COVID. We cannot blame anybody that was the situation. But in this poem, it is about kind of migration where the villagers were requested to move from their village to the town. They were for a project. Usually, when the government have a project like building a dam, or maybe the government has a plan to have mining to be done in a village, they may shift the village. Okay, if you are going to go for a mining project, or maybe if you are mining coal, or maybe if you are going to build a dam, so for some reasons the government may ask the villagers to shift to another place, to a new village. A kind of migration happens here. So how do the people carry things? So that is you can bring in front of your eyes during COVID how people carry things when they move. They don't know what to carry. See, I have some lines here for you. So they are taking cattle, bedspreads, bundles of trees, goats, vessels, dung, drums, bicycles. So they don't know what to leave and what to take. And sometimes they have to remove some plants and trees so that they can move, and then they can plant it where they want. So the actually this poem is narrating how the villagers are uprooting themselves from the village, and then they are trying to root themselves into a new place. So a plant is uprooted, completely uprooted, and it will be planted into a new place. It takes time for rejuvenation. If you are removing a plant with root also, the plant will be disturbed. Okay, it will be disturbed, and it takes time for the plant to grow again when it is planted in a new place. So that kind of pathetic situation the migrants, the villagers are going to face. So that is beautifully discussed in this poem. Okay, that this is about the poem called Dilwali. This is written by Give Patel. So the next poem is Servants by Give Patel. I think I have a copy of it. Let me see. It is very slow. I'm sorry for that. With this poem, I'll wind up, and for the last poet, we will discuss in the next class tomorrow, hopefully. Okay. I'm trying to show the poem. I'm very sorry. It's very slow. Servants. Okay. So this poem, this is very, very, the letters are very small. I don't know whether you follow it. Let me see. I'll read out. So this poem is about the servants Give Patel. They come of peasants doctrine from insufficient plot. Lights are shut off after dinner, but the city blur enter. So this poem is talking about the servants who are working in a town or in a city, and how they live a miserable life. Kind of a poem we have read in the waiters. The waiters. Who lived in France, we were talking about that. So similarly here, we are having the stories of servants, maybe the lifestyle of servants who were living miserable life where they were denied basic facilities. Okay, peaks modulations on the skin, the dark around them is brown, links body to body or is dispelled, and the hot fingers glow, smoke is inhaled, and the lighted end of tobacco becomes an orange spot. So the light is off. The servants are staying in the servant apartments. Maybe they have a different apartments or compartments to sleep. They don't have lights there. Everywhere it is fully dark. They can sense the other person only by touching. So when you are trying to roll over while sleeping, no, you can touch the other person. So you can see the servants are sleeping somewhere in the compartments or maybe in the dormitory places where the place will be allotted by the masters, the servants compartments. The servants compartments has no light at all after dinner. It will go off, so they will not be provided light, so they have to sleep without light. In the sense, even if they want to lit their light, they cannot. So they see everywhere it is very dark. So the only light they can have is while smoking. They can they while smoking in the darkness, you can sense that, you can see that orange spot or the spark from the tobacco, from the cigarette. So that can be seen. That is the only light you can see as a servant. So other hands are wide or shut, it does not matter. One way or other, they sit without thought, mouth slightly open, recovering from day, and the eyes globe into the dim. So they are very tired, like lock their mouth slightly open. So they are very tired. They sleep as if they are laying down like a corpse. So the mouth is slightly open, and the eyes globe into the dim. The eyes, even if it is open, it is dim. So the darkness, dim, and everywhere there is no light. All these represents the servants are living in darkness, and there is no happiness for them. There is no spark or brightness or light in their life. So but are not informed because never have traveled beyond this silence. They never travel beyond. They never speak up for themselves. They don't raise voice for themselves. They don't demand anything. Even if they demand, they will not be given. But even then, they are scared. They are fearful. So they never ask anything. They sit like animals. You see, the servants are compared to animals, which means, for example, if the cows are hungry, they cannot ask the food if they are hungry. So with that is I told, they are voiceless. They are fearful. They are scared. They don't have their own voice. So sit like animals. They don't react. They don't express their emotions. They don't claim their rights. Though they have rights, they cannot claim their rights. Okay, I mean no offense. Actually, give Patel, you should not mistake. Give Patel doesn't mean the servants are animals. So they are treated like animals. They are denied of their freedom. They are denied of their rights. That is what the intention of give Patel is. So don't mean offense. I've seen animals resting in their stall, the oil flame reflected in their eyes, large beads that through protruding actually rest behind the regular grind of the jaws. Maybe you can imagine an animal like a cow or anything else or a goat. So it will chew after it's going to sleep or sometime. It will chew back what it has, and then it keeps quiet and doesn't talk or it doesn't make any noise. So it just doesn't react to anything. The servants also do the same things. Even if you are denied of any rights, even if you are denied of anything that they need, any rights if you deny, they behave like an animal. They don't react, they don't demand, they just react like an animal. It doesn't mean he is trying to bring any offense to the servants, but he is speaking for the servants. Actually, he is favoring the servants, but he is in the other way trying to bring out the problems faced by the servants. So with this, I wind up today's class. And in my next class, tomorrow, we will discuss the left out two poems of Aravind Mehrotra and then fiction. Okay. Thank you. See you in the next class.